testing, testing.
I can hear you.
Thank you.
Sure thing.
Whoops. Okay. Good morning, all.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So let's see. I guess we're there.
Good morning.
Morning.
Has everyone recovered from yesterday?
No.
Thank you for your honesty.
I have some help. It's coffee. So
You know, I can't drink coffee this morning because my stomach's upset. That's because of what you all did to me
recovered
yesterday.
either.
What's that?
Well, you haven't recovered either, apparently.
No, I haven't. So let's get underway for the pledge. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, would you like to lead us?
Oh,
Yes,
Commissioner,
Mr. Chairman.
I just wanted to let you know I'm present. I guess I missed the call to order and roll call.
Oh, yes, I keep skipping that over and it's right in front of me on the screen. Sorry, guys.
Okay.
Let's do the call to order and the roll call.
Good morning, Commissioner Fishman and members of the commission. I will take the roll call. Commissioner Fishman,
Here.
Commissioner Hall,
Here.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Here,
Commissioner Byrd, is Commissioner Byrd here?
Thought I saw him.
I guess he is not here at this point. Commissioner Maestas.
Present.
4 commissioners are present and we have a quorum. And we can call the
Present,
meeting to
Mike.
order. Oh, this is Judy, but thank you, Commissioner Byrd. Commissioner Byrd is present. 5 commissioners are present. We have a quorum and we can call the meeting to order.
Terrific. And now Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, would you like to lead us in the pledge?
yes, Mr. Chairman. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag. The state of, I need help with that one. Anybody want to help?
I can help you. I salute the
Okay.
flag of the state of New Mexico. The Z is symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures.
Thank you.
Thank you. And you know something, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, I periodically forget that one too. I don't know what my mental block is. But anyway, to consideration and approval of the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, and Judy, please take the roll. Please take.
Yes, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd said aye for me, so that didn't count. But I'll
Okay,
say-
Commissioner Fishman,
I'll say aye again.
the agenda is approved with a vote of 5-0.
Okay, so we're on to our public hearing and after putting her through a long day yesterday, our distinguished hearing examiner, Carolyn Glick, is going to be our presiding officer today. And Carolyn, I'm just going to stay out of your way and let you take us through it.
I'm sure this will be a really quick one.
I
Okay,
hope so, but anyway.
okay. We are here today for a public hearing in case number 21-00031-UT. My name is Carolyn Glick. I was appointed as the presiding officer. I was not appointed as a hearing examiner, so I will not be preparing a recommended decision. At this time, I will take appearances from council Who appears for Public Service Company of New Mexico?
Good morning, Ms. Glick and commissioners. This is Ryan German appearing on behalf of Public Service Company New Mexico. And with me today is Raymond Gifford, who's also representing PNM today.
Okay. And for the benefit of the court reporter, we refer to Public Service Company of New Mexico as PNM. Who appears for New Mexico Affordable Reliable Energy Alliance?
Hi, good morning, hearing examiner. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Kelly Gould. I represent New Mexico Affordable Reliable Energy Alliance, also known as NMPRC. And for the court reporter, my last name is spelled Gould. Thank you.
Who appears for commission staff?
Good morning, commissioners, presiding officer Glick. My name is Bradford A. Borman, appearing on behalf of Utility Division staff.
Okay, thank you. There were two other parties that intervened in this case that both asked to be excused today, and I granted those requests. Those parties are the Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy, which did file a statement stating it supports PNM's application. And the other party I excused is Western Resource Advocates. Commissioners, the court reporter today is Melissa Gonzalez. I asked Melissa how often she would like to take a break, and she suggested a 10-minute break every hour and a half. So that's what I intend to do, and the first break will be at 11 o'clock. No one signed up to make public comment for today's hearing. I want to talk a little bit about confidentiality. PNM requested confidential treatment of some information that it provided in response to bench requests. I found the information to be in fact confidential, and I granted PNM's requests. Commissioners, members of the Office of General Counsel, and myself can see the confidential information without signing a non-disclosure agreement. The only other persons who can see the confidential information are commissioner assistants, parties, and party experts who have signed confidentiality agreements. If you have a question and your question will refer to confidential material or will elicit an answer that refers to confidential material, please say so before you ask your question. At that time, all persons who are allowed to view the confidential information will be placed in a breakout room where the hearing will continue, and that part of the hearing cannot be observed via YouTube. Okay, at this time then, let's begin with opening arguments, and each of you, Mr. German, Ms. Gould, and Mr. Borman, have 3 minutes, and I'll be keeping track of that. So Mr. German, you may begin.
And thank you, Ms. Glick. Could I ask a couple questions before we begin? I had a couple pre-hearing questions. So one is on the bench request, the most recent bench request that included a request to bifurcate the proceeding. And PNM filed a response where we said we're opposed to bifurcation, but we certainly would not oppose if the commission decided it needed a continuance to consider additional information. And we suggested also that it might be appropriate to convert at least a portion of the proceeding today into something like a workshop proceeding or a less formal proceeding that would allow commissioners to ask questions without kind of the confines of cross-examination. So I just wanted to raise that to see if that was still something on the table or if there had been a decision to just go forward with the hearing
today. And if that is the decision to just go forward with kind of a formal hearing, then PNM is certainly fine with that.
Mr. German, I'm going to defer that to either Ms. Amer or Chairman Fishman. You're mute. Oh,
Hello, presiding officer, members of the commission. It's certainly something that you could entertain that PNM has suggested, and I would recommend that the commission discuss it and make a motion and vote on it.
I think that's a good recommendation. And I think that's a constructive suggestion by PNM. I think
Mr. Fishman, let me ask Judy a question, please. Do we have a notice issue by doing a breakout into a workshop?
No, I mean, it would, the only issue I see is that it wouldn't be on the record. It wouldn't be transcribed as part of the official transcript. And I don't know how, if parties would feel awkward about saying things that aren't on the record under oath. So that might actually make it a problem. But in terms of notice, we noticed a public hearing, but I think we could break, and it's also been noticed as an open meeting. So I don't think there's a notice issue.
Great, thank you very much.
Okay. So as I was saying, is personally, I think that's a good idea. And it's something I'd be willing to entertain, because there's just some stuff that I think is technical enough that's really hard for the commission to understand. And a workshop might be a way to get us there.
Mr. Chairman, I suggest that before the commissioners discuss it, that you ask Ms. Gould and Mr. Borman for their positions on this, and if they see any procedural issues with doing it.
Yeah, that certainly makes sense.
Ms. Gould. Oh.
Go ahead, Ms. Gould. Any thoughts that you have on this?
Sure. NMPRC supports the commission's desire to fully understand this application, and we support the commission converting this hearing into a workshop, either fully or partially. Our expert witness, Jim Dauphiné, is here, and we hope that he could be of service to also help answer questions for the commission if need be. Thank you.
And I'm sorry, who's our other attorney here?
Mr. Borman.
Brad.
Yes.
Mr. Borman, your thoughts?
Well, yeah, first of all, I have to apologize. I got briefly bumped off of the feed here on Zoom and just rejoined. But I think you're asking for my thoughts on the suggestion to have part of this done through a workshop. And I guess a couple of thoughts. Number one, to the extent that the workshop is simply informational and provides, helps provide commissioners and other individuals with information about this, what PNM is seeking, I guess I don't oppose it. It's a little bit concerning to have something like that become part of a record or be used to approve an application. So I guess I have that concern. The other concern I have is it's not entirely clear to me, what parts of this would be moved to the workshop process and what parts would remain as part of the hearing. So those are my thoughts.
And Commissioner Fishman, I do want to follow up on something Mr. Borman said. My understanding is that what is said in the workshop would not be under oath and could not be used by the commission in making its decision.
But we would still, after workshop, be able to do the questions under oath to get them on the record
Yes.
to support the decision.
Commissioner Fishman, yes, I agree with what Carolyn said, and I thought my comment said that, but the workshop would not be under oath, would not be transcribed, and would not be part of the record. And yes, after the workshop, we could go back to the public hearing and go back on the record and have it transcribed and have testimony under oath about the conversation. And the conversation would occur at the open meeting portion of the meeting, but it would not be under oath and part of the record.
Okay. And Brad, just a follow-up question. Another alternative that was discussed in the back and forth emails was continuing the portion of the hearing on the amendment and just doing it at a separate date, in which case we would probably have to do a workshop anyway to get people up to speed and informed. Is that a preferable way to handle this in your opinion, or?
I don't know if it's preferable, but I don't see a problem with it. You know, again, if it's done, you know, as the presiding officer kind of described, I think that could be fine.
Okay. And so other commissioners, questions, and what are your thoughts on how you want to proceed?
I would prefer that we not bifurcate the proceeding. That's my preference.
Okay. Other commissioners?
I'm fine with, this is Commissioner Hall, sorry. So I'm fine with not bifurcating also. A continuance, I think, would be worthwhile. And I think the workshop can work as long as we're very careful to construct our questions for return to the hearing process so that we're not running afoul of using information that we heard in the workshop in our decision-making without having made sure it's on the record. I think that's the one weakness in doing the workshop, although the workshop has definite benefits and can help us better craft our cross-examination, I suppose. But so we just have to be careful in that process.
Okay, so you're okay
Yeah.
going ahead with the proposal of a workshop today?
Yes.
Okay. And other commissioners, Commissioner Byrd, I thought you were trying to get in earlier.
Yeah, and I was simply going to say I agree with Commissioner Maestas. Prefer not to bifurcate.
Okay, and you're okay with doing a workshop today as part of this process?
Yeah, I'm okay with it.
Okay. And Commissioner Maestas, you're okay with doing the workshop today as part of the process?
Sure.
Okay. And Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, what's your thought?
I oppose holding a workshop because Ryan German is a former PRC employee from the legal division, and he's a former transportation director from the Public Regulation Commission. And maneuvering the hearing at this point in time is inappropriate. That's my thought. I'm against the workshop. Thank you.
Okay. And
Chairman Fishman,
yes.
If you don't mind, I'd like to be a little bit pushy here.
Go for it.
And maybe out of order.
Go for it.
I actually would recommend against a workshop because I think you're probably going to want everything you ask at the workshop to be on the record. And I think it would be very repetitive to do that. And we also have a court reporter who we're paying for to be here, who wouldn't be doing any work during the workshop. So I apologize if I'm being too pushy, but I wanted to offer that.
Okay. With all of that input, I think it.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
so I just wanted to jump in on that issue.
Go ahead.
And I tend to feel a bit cautious about doing the workshop for the reasons Carolyn mentioned. So to be honest with you, I'd prefer not to do the workshop because yes, I guess we could talk more freely, but that's really all we get out of it. And we can ask everything we want to ask and they can answer everything they want to answer in a hearing. So I'm not sure it's really going to add that much value, and it adds complication. So I'm sort of leaning against it, really. Sorry about that, but that's really what I think. I think we should be able to do everything in the hearing.
Well, I'll tell you what my sense is, the commission then, is that maybe we're best off just moving forward as a formal hearing. We'll see how it's going. And if we need to revisit, because we feel like we're not getting there for one reason or another, we can revisit the issue and decide later whether we need to continue on the issue of the amendment to the special services agreement or not. Does that make sense to everybody?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not sure I heard everything you said.
So all I'm saying is at this point, let's not do the workshop. And if, as we're going through the hearing, we find it's an issue, we can raise that again and see if it's worthwhile. But we'll see how the hearing goes and if we're getting everything we need.
Thank you.
Okay.
I think that's best, actually.
Okay, terrific. And thank you for that suggestion, Mr. German. So Carolyn, lead us forward.
Mr. German, did you have other procedural questions?
Yes, just one more. So when we introduce our exhibits, my plan was to just introduce the 4 responses to the bench requests myself, along with the 2 confidential exhibits. And then I'd go through the direct examination with the witnesses, just with their testimonies. So I just wanted to alert everyone that that's the procedure that we plan to use. And if there's any issues with it, then folks can let us know now.
Okay. Mr. Borman or Ms. Gould, do you have any objection to that?
I do not.
Yeah, I don't see a problem with that process.
Okay, that's fine, Mr. German.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so then let's start with opening argument, and each of you has 3 minutes, and you may begin, Mr. German.
Okay, thank you. So good morning again, Madam Hearing Examiner and Commissioners. I wanted to thank you for agreeing to hear this proceeding directly before the Commission. As you know, the timing of our requested approvals is important, and you're deciding to hear this matter directly certainly helps expediting the Commission's final decision in this matter. So the approvals we're requesting here are 2 PPAs for a combined 240 megawatts of solar energy capacity, 1 ESA for 100 megawatts of battery storage capacity, and addendum to the special service contracts, and then amendments to rider number 49 that are consistent with that addendum. And the approvals we're seeking are really continuations of approvals that the Commission has already granted in prior cases involving the special service contract. And specifically, I'm thinking of case number 16-191 and 18-269. In case number 18-269, the Commission approved the current version of the special service contracts. The Commission specifically approved amendments to the contract that required the procurement of alternative capacity projects, such as the ESA we're proposing here, and approved a methodology to credit the customer for the energy capacity brought to PNM system by special service contract resources. We're not proposing any changes to those approvals in this case. The addendum that we're proposing is consistent with the same methodology approved in case number 18269 to recognize the capacity contribution of special service contract resources. The addendum is unique because it recognizes, excuse me, because it recognizes the unique aspects of controlled battery storage projects. And those are that the capacity value of the projects is known, it's the nameplate capacity, and that the capacity contribution could be limited by the dispatch capability of the storage project. And what I mean by that.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman or
I'm sorry.
presiding officer.
Commissioner
I would like
Vicente.
to, yes, I would like to ask Ryan German if there's any way that he can increase the volume when he's talking.
Yes, I will, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. Let me try to increase the volume on my microphone.
Thank you.
And I'll try to speak up as well.
Okay, Mr. German, I did pause you during that time period and you have about 40 seconds left.
Okay. So approving the addendum is a condition precedent to the ESA, the battery storage ESA, and that in turn that ESA is vital to meet the capacity needs on PNM system. So finally, I just want to note the economic impact of the approvals we're asking the commission for here today. In a lot of cases involving renewable energy procurements, you hear evidence about the economic impact to the state of those procurements. That impact is really outsized in cases involving the special service contract because those resources support the continued expansion of the Facebook data center. So in this case, the impact exceeds $1 billion. That's billion with a B, which represents the direct investment in the state from constructing the storage and solar facilities, as well as the expansion of the data center. And that economic impact includes the hundreds of jobs that would be created associated with the construction of those facilities and the data storage center. So that's all. And I ask you to approve PNM's application as filed. And again, thank you for hearing this matter directly.
Okay, I forgot to ask before we started with this, that I wanted to tell you that this is Melissa's first time as a court reporter for the commission. So she's probably not familiar with a lot of the terms or acronyms we use. So I want to request from all the attorneys and the witnesses that if you use an acronym or an abbreviation, that you also state the full term of the acronym. And so I'll just tell you, Melissa, PPA is Purchase Power Agreement, all capitals, and ESA is all capitals, Energy Storage Agreement.
Thank you.
Okay, okay, Ms. Gould.
Good morning, hearing examiner, commissioners. There's a background noise. Are you all hearing that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Hold on, that might be me.
And hearing examiner, if Ms. Gould could speak up a little bit, I have a little trouble hearing her.
Yes, I was going to ask, can everyone hear me okay?
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
You're close to the microphone. That's good.
Great, thank you. So my name is Kelly Gould. I represent New Mexico Affordable Reliable Energy Alliance, also known as NMPRC. NMPRC is comprised of large users of electricity on PNM system. NMPRC is here to support PNM's application in this case and believes that PNM has shown in its application that other customers will not be adversely impacted by these approvals. NMPRC supports economic development and the addition of renewable energy into the state. This is a project that will increase the renewable energy penetration by 240 megawatts. In addition, it will also increase a battery project by 100 megawatts. And we believe this is a good thing for economic development in New Mexico. NMPRC supports the green tariff. We believe it's a great paradigm to attract other businesses that wish to supply 100% of their energy needs with renewable energy. And NMPRC also supports the adherence to contracts. It's very important for businesses to know that if they come to New Mexico, the contracts that they execute will be adhered to. Our expert witness is here, Jim Dauphiné, and I hope he can help answer some of the Commission's questions regarding these issues. NMPRC thinks that this expansion of economic development and renewables in this state is a good thing for New Mexico and a good thing for New Mexicans. NMPRC encourages the Commission to approve these resources and to signal to other businesses that New Mexico is open to other green businesses to come to this state, and that New Mexico can become a leader in renewable energy and a mecca for businesses who want to use 100% renewable energy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gould. Mr. Borman.
Good morning, Madam Presiding Officer and Commissioners. Staff has reviewed the application of Public Service Company of New Mexico for approval of the 2 purchase power agreements.
Mr. Borman, I can't hear you.
Oh, all right. I'm not muted, am I?
Still can't.
Huh.
I hear him fine. I can hear him.
Yeah. I can hear you. So Carolyn, is there something on your end maybe?
I'm checking my connections. Everything.
I'll tell you when I can start hearing you. I still can't.
You can't hear anything I'm saying?
Can other people hear him?
Yeah.
You can? Oh, then it's me. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Now I can. I'm sorry.
Can you hear me? Can you hear this?
Yeah, I can. I'm sorry about that. And I did pause you during that.
Well, I don't think I'm going to worry about, I don't know exactly what you might have heard, but I'll just start from the beginning. Good morning, Ms. Presiding Officer and Commissioners. Staff has reviewed the application of Public Service Company of New Mexico for approval of the 2 purchase power agreements and the energy storage agreement, along with the addendum to the special service contract with Greater Kudu and revisions to Rider 49. As explained in Mr. Reynolds' testimony, staff recommends that the Encino North and Sky Ranch PPAs should be approved with the rate-making treatment for $63.4 million of associated network upgrades deferred to PNM's next rate case following the commercial operation of the 2 facilities. Staff recommends, however, that the Sky Ranch ESA energy storage agreement should be rejected, and that the proposed addendum should consequently also be rejected. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Borman. Mr. German, at this time, then I understand you want to move into evidence your responses to the bench requests.
Yes, so I'll move into evidence and I have some corrections to address, but let me just list the 4 responses to bench requests. So PNM Exhibit 1 is response to the April 30th, 2021 bench request. PNM Exhibit 2 is our response to the superseding second bench request order. PNM Exhibit 3 is response to the third bench request order. And PNM Exhibit 4 is our response to the clarification bench request order. And I'll also be moving into evidence the 2 confidential exhibits, and they're confidential PNM Exhibit number 1 and confidential PNM Exhibit number 3. And the reason for the numbering on the confidential exhibits is that they match the responses to the first and the third bench request. So confidential PNM exhibit number 3 contains a complete unredacted copy of PNM exhibit 3, which is the response to the 3rd bench request order. Now on the corrections to PNM exhibit 1 on page 7, we filed an errata which corrected a mistake on the very first line of the page, which starts the total energy generated by rider number 47 resources. And the errata there just corrected the fact that the number 664 million kilowatt hours should not have been redacted. So that number is public. And then on paragraph 10 on the same page, we're making corrections to the line numbers. So at the very end of paragraph 10, there's a reference to line 15 equals line 13 divided by line 14. And that should be corrected to read line 18 equals line 16 divided by line 17. And both of those corrections have been made in the version of the exhibit that was uploaded to Dropbox. And on PNM exhibit number 4, on page 3, the very last paragraph on page 3 that starts exhibit D to the SSC, that should read exhibit D2 to the SSC. And I apologize, but that correction was not made in the version uploaded to Dropbox. So we didn't catch that until after we had uploaded the exhibits.
And could you go over that one again, because your response doesn't have page numbers? If we're talking about, oh, I'm sorry, I was on the wrong one. I'm sorry, could you go over that one more time?
Yes, so it's PNM exhibit 4, which is the response to the clarification bench request order. And it's the last paragraph that starts on page 3. And the beginning of that paragraph starts with exhibit D to the SSC includes, and it should read exhibit D2 to the SSC.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. German.
You're welcome. And with that, I'll move the admission of PNM exhibits 1, 2, 3, and 4, as well as confidential PNM exhibit number 1 and confidential PNM exhibit number 3.
Are there any objections?
Staff does not object.
Okay, so PNM exhibits 1, 2, 3, 4, and confidential exhibits 1 and 3 are admitted. Okay, and Mr. German, you may call your first witness.
So PNM calls Stella Chan.
And Melissa, could you please swear the witness?
Certainly. Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Ms. Chan, can you state your name for the record and tell us your position with PNM?
My name is Stella Chen, and I am the Director of Pricing for Public Service Company of New Mexico.
Okay. And we'll take your testimonies one at a time. So can you identify PNM exhibit 5?
Yes, that's my direct testimony that was filed on February 8th.
Was that prepared by you or at your direction?
Yes.
You have any corrections you would like to make?
Yes, I have a few corrections. The first 2 are on page 3, and they are both on the footnotes. So the first correction is footnote 3. Instead of 62-6-7B, it should be 62-16-7B. And the second correction is footnote 4. So instead of 62-8-8-2, that should only be 1-8. So we have an extra 8. So after it's corrected, it should be just 62-8-2. And the third correction will be on page 8, line 10, in the middle of the sentence of the line, as provided. Need a D after provide. And the last one is on page 17, line 23, almost close to the end of the line. 100% renewable, we need to add energy. So after it's corrected, it should be 100% renewable energy. And that's all the corrections.
And Madam Hearing Examiner, I'll represent that all those corrections have been made in the version uploaded to Dropbox. Ms. Chan, is PNM exhibit number 5 true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And if the questions that were asked of you in PNM exhibit 5 were asked of you today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, I would.
So I'll move the admission of PNM exhibit 5.
Is there any objection? PNM exhibit 5 is admitted.
Ms. Chen, can you identify PNM exhibit 6?
Yes, that's my rebuttal testimony that was filed on April 21st.
And was it prepared by you or at your direction?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to make?
No, I don't.
Is PNM exhibit 6 true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And if the same questions were asked of you here today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
So I'll move the admission of PNM exhibit number 6.
Is there any objection?
No.
PNM exhibit 6 is admitted.
Lastly, Ms. Chan, can you identify PNM exhibit 7?
Yes, that's the June 9th, 2021 rebuttal testimony that was filed on June 9th.
And was it prepared by you or at your direction?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to make?
No, I don't.
Is PNM exhibit 7 true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And if the same questions that were asked of you in the exhibit were asked here today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
I will move the admission of PNM exhibit 7.
Is there any objection?
No.
PNM exhibit 7 is admitted.
And I will pass the witness for cross-examination.
And I'll remind everyone that there's no friendly cross-examination. So Ms. Gould, do you have any cross-examination?
No, Examiner, I do not.
Okay. And Mr. Borman? And,
I do have some cross.
okay, and I think I'm looking for my pre-hearing, oh, here it is. Okay, you have 15 minutes.
I think I should be able to handle that. Good morning, Ms. Chan.
Good morning.
I'm just pulling up my, could you turn to your direct testimony? And specifically in that direct testimony, you present a letter from Facebook to Ron Darnell of PNM as exhibit SC-3.
Yes, I'm there.
Okay, and on page 2 of that letter, Facebook states that approval by June 1st would help us retain construction crews on site and maintain continuous construction. Do you see that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. To your knowledge, is there anyone from Facebook or Greater Kudu appearing in this hearing that we can ask about this statement?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Do you, today is June 16th, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that's after June 1st, correct? And it's obvious that approval of the application has not yet been granted, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know whether Facebook has been able to retain the construction crews on site and maintain continuous construction?
I believe some of the work, I guess the pre-construction work is going on.
So that sounds like a yes, or at least a partial yes?
Yes, it's a partial yes.
Okay. Now, outside of the statement in the letter from Facebook, what justification does PNM present in its application for its request for expedited process in this case?
Well, I think as far as any of this regulatory approval that is required for the PPA and the ESA to be effective, those will probably better answered by other PNM witnesses. I'm sure there's some regulatory deadline in those documents or contracts. Besides that, I think it is necessary to have the contract approved so our customer will have the certainty to move forward with their construction of the expansion. And PNM is working with the customers to meet their need.
Okay. Now, on page 8 of your direct testimony, and I'll give you a second to get there.
Page 8, you said?
Page 8, yes.
Okay.
You there?
Almost there. Yes.
Okay. You state that PNM has operational control over the storage resource so that it may dispatch the battery to meet system needs rather than solely the customer's individual needs. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Are there rules or guidelines that you're aware of that PNM is required to follow in operating the storage resource?
No.
Okay. Are you saying that there aren't any or that you don't know of any?
No, that's not any. Per the SSC, PNM is required to work with the customer to acquire additional renewable resources, which may include alternative capacity project. However, it's not specified in the contract whether those alternative capacity project is controlled by PNM or by the customer.
Okay, well, what about, I mean, and maybe you don't know this, and if you need to defer this to someone, that's fine, but are there any rules or guidelines outside of the contract that PNM is required to follow in operating the storage resource?
I think that's the better answer by Mr. Phillips.
That's a Phillips question? Okay. Thanks.
Mhm.
Now on page 9 of your direct testimony, you describe the economic impact of the approved renewable portfolio. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, now those are benefits that are claimed to have already been achieved, correct?
I believe though the one that is on page 9 of my testimony, the 3 bullet points, those are associated with the additional 2 PPA and the 1 ESA.
So those are new benefits that come from this particular application?
Yes.
You were saying? Now,
Yes.
don't those benefits, don't they actually, or doesn't that language, I guess, in your testimony, doesn't that come from the letter that's attached as SC3 to your testimony?
Correct.
Okay, and doesn't that letter describe benefits that have already been achieved?
Let me turn to my exhibit SC3. So on page 1 of the letter. And that's where the information on the investments and jobs creation came from under the title Greater Kudu's Potential New Expansion. So you can see the 800 millions and the also 275 millions. Those are from that page. But if you turn to page 2, under the title Greater Kudu Progress to Date, that lists all the other economic benefits that's been realized after they located that data center to Los Lunas. So those are the one year to date, and the one on page 1, and also on in my testimony on page 9. Yeah, those are the additional incremental economic benefits from the expansion of the 2 data center that the 2 PPA and ESA are supposed to provide energy and capacity for.
Okay. Can you turn to your rebuttal testimony?
The first one, April 21st?
Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? At the June 9th rebuttal. I apologize.
Okay.
Okay. So on page 7 of that June 9th, and I'll give you a second to get there.
Yes.
You state that the Sky Ranch PPA and the ESA are a package. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, do you have a copy of PNM's application in this case?
I do. Give me a minute. Yes, I do.
Okay. And at the very first page, that application outlines the requested approvals, does it not?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And it lists 4, I think it's, what is it, 4 approvals?
Correct.
My document here. Okay. Does it identify these 4 approvals as being part of a package?
It did not say it's a package, but that is a application to ask for all 4 together. So I will assume that we imply that it's all together as a package because they all tie in, hand to glove together.
Okay, but it identifies them as 1 pursuant to 17.9.551 NMPRC to purchase power agreements, correct?
Yes.
And then number two, an energy storage agreement, ESA, with Sky Ranch Energy Storage LLC, correct?
Right.
Okay, so it identifies 4 separate approvals that that PNM is seeking, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any additional questions for Ms. Chan. Thanks, Ms. Chan.
Thank you.
Now we'll go on to the commissioners. Chairman Fishman, do you want to start out? You're on mute, Commissioner Fishman.
Thank you. I'm looking at the response to, I guess it's bench request 3 that we just got, I guess yesterday evening. And looking at PNM table 4BRB1. And Ms. Chan, do you have that in front of you?
Yes. 4BRB1. Yes, I do.
Okay, great. Thank you. And I'm going to ask some really ignorant questions, so be patient with me. Mostly it's me trying to understand some of the terms in this agreement and, or in this proposal in the addendum. And so please bear with me in some probably pretty dumb sounding questions.
I'm here to answer questions, so no problem.
Thank you. So could you give me an explanation of retail production capacity revenue requirement? What does that mean and how is it derived?
Okay, so as you know, in a rate case, PNM will come and ask for a total revenue requirement increase, and that will translate into a rate increase. And in order for us to come up with the various rates for the various rate classes, what we need to do is to break down the total revenue requirement for PNM system into what we call different buckets. They are production, transmission, distribution, and then also customer related costs. And for each of those airport bucket, PNM is going to use a allocation method that we deem to be appropriate for that kind of costs. So in our rate case, we will break into you will see we will have production revenue requirement. And we'll have that allocated to the different rate classes. So in here, what is say retail production capacity revenue requirement represents the final approved revenue requirement total that's broken down into production, transmission, and distribution. And this is the number that we pick from the production piece.
Okay. And with the, so on this chart, it's $54.57. So is that the amount of revenue per kilowatt of capacity?
Okay, so in here is a little bit, the 54.57, this is derived just for the allocation or the calculation of the production revenue requirement offset for this 36B. So in order to get there, 54.57, what it represents is the total retail production revenue requirement. And we want to come up with the value of what is the peak capacity, how much is that worth or value at. So what we did in here, and maybe it's easier, do you have my direct testimony, exhibit SC2, which is the SSC, the contract?
Let's see. See if I can get there. Carolyn, because I'm such a clod with these computers, is that something that you can get up on the screen for us?
Isaac, can you give me screen sharing capability?
Sarah has actually hopped onto this meeting. So Sarah, could you do that? I can't do that because I became the co-host when you joined, or you can make me host and then I can do that.
I'm thinking if you wait for me to find it, we could be here all day on this one question.
For anybody who has it's PNM Exhibit 5, and it's direct testimony of Stella Chan, and it's on page 26 of 243 pages. If anybody has needs that kind of information.
Madam Hearing Examiner, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I was wondering as we were going along if it would be possible to screen share documents that are being referred to, because I'm scrambling around trying to find them, and it's very difficult.
So when I try to share screen, it says host disabled participant screen sharing. So I have it on my desktop, what Ms. Chan is referring to, but I'm not able to share it at this time.
Yeah, I'm trying to get in touch with Sarah. I'm sorry, I'm not able to give you that control. In the meantime, I could share that, but you kind of have to guide me by page, what number you want me to, what page you want me to display.
Okay, PNN Exhibit SC-2, page 197 of 210.
Is that the direct testimony?
Yes.
Thank you.
So here is Exhibit 5. You said page 27?
197.
197.
There. Up one page. Yes, just right there. A little bit. Let's see. Okay. Commissioner Fishman, can you see on there?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Where that has a number, say the retail production capacity revenue requirement.
Okay, so,
Number 1. The
Okay.
quotient of, yes. So that is the 393,391,873. That was the approved retail production capacity revenue requirement from our 15-00261 case.
okay,
And then in here, on number 2, you see 7,209,434.
yes,
So that is the sum of the demand in the coincident peak that we use to allocate cost. So currently, as approved in the 2015 rate case, PNM is using a what we call 3 summer, 1 winter allocation to allocate production cost. And the 3 summer are June, July, August, and the 1 winter is December. So the 7,209,434 represent the sum of those 4 months, the peak from those single peak hour in each of the month. So we forecasted what those will be in those 4 months and the peak hour, the coincident peak of each month. And that's a sum is 7,209,434. So what you see in the bench request, the one that you just received yesterday, the $54 is represent the 393 million divided by the 7.2 million of KW demand. So that is the 5457 is the value that we determined for the production capacity at those 3 summer, 1 winter coincident peak. So that's the value per KW.
okay. That's what I'm after. So it's the value per KW of capacity.
Yes.
Would that be a good way to state it?
Yeah, at those hours that we use for allocation purposes.
Okay,
Can I just interrupt for 1 second to understand? So the division was the 7 million into the 393 million, correct?
Right.
Okay.
Who is that, please?
That was Commissioner Hall.
Thank you.
Hopefully come up with $54.57.
okay, and that number will be fixed for billings for the entire period until the next rate case?
That will be fixed as far as determine the offset for this customer. This $54.50 is not being billed anywhere. It's just a calculated value, so we can come up in a rate case what that customer's offset will be. So that
Yes.
will change. To answer your question, yes, that will change in each rate case.
Okay, but it is a value that's used to help calculate the credit that goes to Facebook on a monthly basis, correct?
No, not quite.
Okay,
That is the value that we use to calculate. First of all, so let's go back, maybe still stay on this page. This page is, this exhibit describe how we come up with this customer's production responsibility, is how much they should pay into the system production costs. So what we start with is in here, we divided, like I say, the $50.57. So we say, okay, $50.57 is the value. So at the very beginning, we say, now how much is the customer's forecasted peak at those 4 hours?
right,
So we multiply this $54.57 to their peak demand. And that will represent their gross production revenue requirement responsibility. But then at the same time, we said, because they are paying for renewable resources through Rider 47, we're going to give them the value of those resources. And the way that we determine is we are going to look at the resources, and at those same 4 hours, how much those resources will produce. And then we multiply that production, which is also in KW, at the same $54.57. And the net will be what the customer's responsibility will be for the production revenue requirement.
okay. So I'm going to continue. I'm not sure I understood all you said there, so I'm here, a couple follow-up questions. So I'm going to go to line 3, which is customer's annual contribution to production revenue requirement. And there it has for columns B and C, $5.5 million.
Okay. Let me get back to my table. Sorry.
Yeah, we're back to
Table. Okay.
table
I'm
4B.
there. Okay.
Which question are you on, Steve, and which document?
I'm back to the table 4BR on the answers to the bench request that we received last night.
How are those, is that what Isaac sent out to us this morning or something? We got something most recently from Isaac. Is that what you're referring to?
Well, it's the, if you go to.
What's the date on it?
If you go to the case document search, it's the most recent document on the case document search, if you want to get it that way.
And Commissioner Hall, that's Exhibit 4 from PNM. It was in the Dropbox and also attached to the e-agenda yesterday. And I'm displaying it on the screen now. If you, but if you let me know what page you want me to show.
Well, it's whatever Steve is referring to.
I believe this is the
That's
table
the
you're
table.
referring to, right, Commissioner Fishman?
Yes, correct.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Isaac. So I'm just walking through the table here to line 3, customers' annual contribution to production revenue requirement. And that, describe to me what that means and how that's calculated.
So the way that it's calculated is we said that the value of the capacity at the coincident peak is $54.57.
Okay.
So in here, we are saying that in, let's say, scenario B, the customer's load is 25,000 kW,
Okay.
correct?
Which line are we referring to here?
Line 3.
Oh, yes. Okay,
So this is what we say, okay, it's 25,000 kW, and we have 4 CP. So you multiply it by 4, and each of those CP hours worth $54.57. So you multiply that, you should give you the 5,457,000.
right.
So that represents if this customer has a 25,000 kW incremental demand on the system, and if we are going to allocate cost based on the exhibit D2 or D1 that is in the approved SSC, that will be their responsibility before any offset. So if they are not bringing anything, no renewable, no energy storage, with 25,000 kW, they will have to pick up another 5,457,000 of costs.
Okay. All right. So Sky Ranch ESA capacity, pretty straightforward, stays fixed.
Yes.
So annual Sky Ranch row 5.
Yes.
Help me out a little bit with that, because for the rest of this table, all the figures are identical, at least on this page.
So what line 5 in that column, the source set, it is going to be 100,000 or 100 megawatts, right? That will be, that's the contracted ESA capacity. And it's at $6.60 per kW per month. So for the customer, what line 5 represent is the customer, after the ESA is in service, the customer will be paying $7.92 million a year through Rider 47.
That's for the ESA contract.
Right. That the customer will pay for through under Rider 47.
Okay. Capacity value factor, 100%, which basically means that it can always be available to contribute at peak.
That is what the assumption under this example and under our current production allocation method. Because as you can probably remember or see in Mr. Sadlich's testimony and in the exhibit, he showed the examples of how that percentage is calculated. So under the current 4 hours battery and under our current 3 summer, 1 winter allocation, which is 1 single hour in each of the 4 months, the assumption is that a 4-hour battery will be ready and available during those single hour in each of the 4 months. Therefore, is 100%. We provide, in this example, we provide the percentage at 100%.
So that might vary in real life?
That will vary in each rate case, because the 100% is based on our current allocation is 3 summer, 1 winter, and 1 hour in each of the months. But if in a future rate case, we change allocation method, that percentage will change.
Okay, so that's another input that's fixed until there's a new rate case,
Correct.
correct?
Yes.
In all your calculations, okay. So now we have on row 7, coincident peak production for applicable storage project. Describe that to me, how that's calculated.
Okay, so that is, so in here now below is going to calculate the offset. So what we're saying here is the battery is a 100 megawatt or 100,000 kW, and it's 3 summer, 1 winter, so it's 4 months. So the 400,000 is the 100,000 kW times 4. So that's the value. Once again, is for allocation purposes. That's the value, I mean, the capacity that this 100 megawatt battery will provide. So it's 400,000. And in line 8, it's really 400,000 multiplied by the same value, the $54.57.
Mm-hmm.
And that gives you the $21.8 million.
Okay. So production revenue requirement offset. So we've got the production capacity or annual contribution to a production revenue requirement. But the production revenue requirement offset, what's that intended to? How's that used in this process of determining the credit?
So the you understand how the 21.8 million derived, right? The 21.8 million basically is saying that the battery, 100 megawatt of battery that is ready and able to be used at the CP hours is worth 21.8 million.
Okay.
So that would be the value. And on line 3, we set 25. So now we have to separate a little bit. Line 3 is saying if they have 25,000 kW, here's the incremental production revenue requirement that the customer is responsible for, which is 5.5 million. But now, since they are paying for 100 megawatt of battery, we need to give them a offset or credits against that. And based on this calculation, that offset is worth $21.8 million. So what he's saying is their cost responsibility of 5.8 is more, 5.4, sorry, is more than offset by the value of the energy storage. So in this example, they are bringing in 100 megawatt of storage, which worth a lot more than what they cost on the system for allocation purposes, the $5.5 million.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But if you continue, if you want to continue on the next page.
Yes, let's go. Thank you.
So what he's saying is, okay, it is worth 21.8 million, but they only going to be paying to 5.5 million. So we'll never agree to give the customer 21.8 million. They only will get a credit up to what they pay into the system. If they pay into the system 5.457 million, then they only will get that offset. So the offset is always be kept at what they pay into the system.
Okay. So here's 5.4 in column B.
Yes,
There would be a credit on the bill of on the Facebook bills. The total credit for the year would be $5.4 million.
okay, if you want to translate into a bill, which let me think. So in a bill, let's just hypothetical. They will see on the top line on the charges, they will see a positive 5,457,000. They will see a charge. Then they will see a credit of the same amount. So that's why you see on line 9 is really the same number as line 3, but a negative. So in theory, they will be charged 5.4 million and they will get a credit of 5.4 million. And so on line 10, that's what I say. So they are not paying for, they will net to zero for this, for the system production revenue requirement. They will be charged one number, but then on the bottom, they will be credited the same amount.
So what I'm trying to get to here, I'm going to step back and go a little bigger picture, is what I'm concerned about is what appears on P&M's bill versus what amount of the cost is left for P&M and over time for P&M customers to cover. And it was very short notice, so I understand why we'd asked if we could get kind of a sample bill look. We didn't really get that from what I just quickly scanned here. And I know the time was short, so I understand. But the bottom line for me is of the total annual contract cost of $7.9 million. I just want to be sure there's a fair division of those costs between the parties. And in one example that we put forward that we got an answer to, and in a subsequent bench request, you said, no, that answer was wrong, if I understood correctly. We got a monthly bill that showed a credit to Facebook that was actually larger than the $660,000 monthly cost of the contract by $215,000. And I was confused by that, and I believe staff was as well. And it created concern that this becomes potentially a profit-making contract for Facebook off of P&M. Your answer said, no, there's a cap that goes in place to prevent that. Tell me how that works.
Because as you understand correctly, the customer will always. I'm sorry?
Go ahead, Stella. Did you have a question, Cynthia? No, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I think what she's about to testify to is language below that table on the screen. If the screen manager could scroll down a little bit, see, okay. I think that's relevant. I'm not sure, but go ahead.
Yeah.
So as Commissioner Fishman, your understanding is correctly. The customer will always be responsible for 7.9 million. And in the best case scenario, they will be offsetting what they pay into. So if they pay into 5.4 million in column B, they will get a credit for the same, the same amount. what we have to take into consideration is based on our current method of calculating the value of the coincident peak capacity, 100 megawatt of energy storage is worth 21.8 million. But in this case, the best they will get back is what they pay into the system. They will not get any more, and they always will have to pay the $7.9 million for the ESA.
So when you say what they pay into the system, describe what that is, what they pay into the system.
Okay, so let's using this table as an example again. Let's use column B. So they pay into the system at line 3, 5.457 million. And now they are getting credit for the same amount. Okay, so they basically net to 0. But one can look at another, on the other hand, is what they pay is 7.9 million. And they only be able to offset 5.457. So in this scenario, it's still a cost to the customer. And the battery itself, based on line 8, is calculated, the value is at 21.8 million.
Okay.
So the customer, in one hand, you can argue the customer is not getting the full value of 100 megawatt of energy storage that PNM has full control over. They will still have to pay the $7.92 million. And if you want to categorize the benefit is 5.457 million, because their contribution to production or into the system will net to 0.
Okay. I'm going to go on to a different tack here. What we're hearing is that the approval of this addendum is a condition precedent of the energy storage agreement. And I am a little bit confused about why that is the case. So my question is, if the contract is $660,000 a month, and there's a guarantee of payment through Facebook, why would the allocation of that cost between PNM and Facebook matter in the ESA PPA, in the ESA agreement?
It's matter because between rate cases, the customer, Facebook will start incurring the $660,000 a month. With
Say that again?
It will start paying the $660,000 a month without any offsetting benefit between rate cases.
Did you
Because
say it will start paying or stop paying? I couldn't.
Start.
Start paying that.
Mhm.
660,000
a year,
A
a month for the energy storage with no offsetting benefit. They will have to wait until the next rate case to get benefits, because in the next rate case, the energy storage will be part of the calculation to determine the offset. However, highlighted on line 6, we still need a methodology approval for the.
I'm sorry, that was a reminder to me that we need to take a break. So I would say within the next 5 minutes, we should take a break if you want to finish up on what you're.
Yeah,
Okay.
we'll finish this particular item and
Okay.
we'll take a break.
So in Exhibit D2 in the SSC, that is specific stipulated value for solar resources and wind resources. If you turn to the Exhibit D2 in the SSC, you'll see that for solar, we say 42%, and for wind resources, we said 32%, I believe. And what we have not clarified in the SSC is what percentage we are going to use for alternative capacity project. So this addendum is really the extension to come up with a method to calculate what that percentage is. Like I said before, this percentage in this example is 100%, but that may change in future rate cases if we change the allocation method. Our peak hours is going to be late, shift to whatever later on the day or whatever. When changes happen in the next rate case, the 100% will change. What we are asking for in this application is to lay out a method so we can follow, the parties can follow in the next rate case, and then also in between rate cases to calculate what's the value and how the customer who's paying for the ESA will get some benefit back.
So one final question on this topic, and then hopefully we can break, is that is there any reason from the developer's standpoint that you could not amend that provision in the ESA to say that they don't need the addendum approved? If I'm getting paid $660,000, I guess the contract's between P&M and the developer, technically. They're getting that from P&M regardless. It would seem that would be a fairly easy portion of the ESA to renegotiate if the commission needs a little more time to work with the addendum. Can you think of any reason why the developer would not want to do that?
Well, that's outside of expertise. I think Mr. Fulgren can answer that question better than I can. I don't want to speculate.
That's reasonable. Thank you. And after that, we can. I'm done with that kind of questioning.
Okay, then why don't we go ahead and take a break and come back at 11:15. Okay, Melissa, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Okay, let's go back on the record. And before we resume, I just want to say my plan is to go another hour and a half, which would take us to 12:45 and then take a lunch break. Does anybody object to that? Okay. Okay, Chairman Fishman, did you have more questions?
Yeah, a couple more. Thank you.
And I don't see Ms. Chan up yet.
Neither do I.
Mr. German, could you see if you can get her up?
Yes, I'll call her right now.
Thank you.
Stella will be on momentarily. Here she is.
Sorry.
Thanks, Michael. Okay, Deanna. Whoop, getting a big echo here. All right, I think we're good now. So, Ms. Chan, I want to go back to the table on the bench request table 4BR B1.
Okay.
And so I'm looking at scenario B and C. And if I go down to row 9.
Excuse me, could we please have that table screen shared?
Oh,
Yeah.
sure. I'm sorry. I think I'm taking over that. And we do have an echo.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Carolyn.
You're welcome. I don't know where this echo is coming from. Well, let's just go.
Go ahead, Carolyn.
I'm not sure what to do about it.
You might ask participants in this meeting if any have entered twice.
I'm gonna go ahead and mute everybody who's not involved right now.
Okay.
No, why? I don't quite understand the value of that.
Well,
Are we able to unmute ourselves if we need to ask a question?
If you're in twice, then the echo would be caused by their microphone picking up a second feed. So if I mute them, their microphone won't pick it up anymore.
Are we still able to unmute ourselves to ask a question?
Yes, and I'm not going to mute any of the
Okay.
commissioners or the witness right now.
The problem might be if someone has YouTube going on, if you do turn it off. Okay, let's try again.
That sounded better.
We're better.
No, Steve's echoing. Carolyn was better.
Am I still echoing?
Yeah.
Yes.
So is Carolyn.
I'll just repeat, if anybody has YouTube going on your computer, you need to turn it off.
Okay. Yep.
Well, let's go forward and see how bad this is.
Okay. Ms. Chad, thank you for coming back. And I'm looking at line 9, production revenue requirement offset with cap.
Okay.
So if I understood you correctly, the maximum credit, am I looking at scenario B?
Okay.
If I understand you correctly, the maximum credit over a year in this example, going to Facebook would be $5,457,000. Is that correct?
You say billion or million?
Pardon?
You
Million.
said million, 5 million.
Yeah. So that's the credit that would go to them. And they would have a net cost for that year of $2.5 million. The 7.9 million minus the 5.4 million.
No.
Okay.
So they pay into the system on line 3. They have to pay 5.457 million.
Oh, okay.
And the offset, because the offset is capped at what they pay into the system. So in this example, they will get the offset equal to what they pay in. Therefore, the net effect is 0. But they still have to pay 7.92 million for the ESA.
But they got a credit of 5.457 million against what they would have contributed to the system anyway, what they would have been required to contribute into the system.
Right. So the impact is 0. So they got the offset.
Well, it's 0 if you say that they owed nothing to the system because of their contribution. I guess my arithmetic is that if they should have paid 5.4 million in to cover the capacity, and they get a credit for that 5.4 million, then essentially their net cost here to Facebook, their net cost because of the credit to their bill will actually be only 2.5 million. And anyway, that's my arithmetic. Because that credit has eliminated a cost that already that would have been there, but for this particular facility being in place. Is there something wrong with my logic there?
No, but I would assume that if this addendum is not approved and they do not, the customer does not enter into the contract.
Can you speak up a little?
Yeah, and the customer doesn't enter into the contract, then they would not have to pay line 5, the 7.9 million. So they will only pay 5.457 million, and they will not pay the 7.9 million.
Okay, so now I'm going to go to column C.
Okay.
And there we have on line 9, production revenue requirement offset that's 10.914 million.
Right.
So, but for having this contract in place, that 10.914 million would have been what Facebook paid PNM for their service, for those services, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So they could get a credit of up to 10.914 million on their bill over the course of a year, correct?
Correct.
While paying only 7.92 million for the contract, correct?
Correct.
So my point is that under scenario C, it appears to me that essentially Facebook is getting a profit because of the credit, or I shouldn't call it a profit, that Facebook is coming out ahead by about $3 million under scenario C. And that, assuming a rate case has gone into place, and the contract is getting paid for by PNM, that PNM and its customers will be paying Facebook $3 million over the total contract rate. And that, in essence, is a bonus for PNM at the expense of other customers.
So when you talk about refer to other customer, I just want to point out on line 8, the customer is benefit based on this calculation, 21.8 million from the 100 megawatt of energy storage, a capacity benefits of 21.8 million. And yes, you're correct. If Facebook does not bring on the 100 megawatts of energy storage, then they won't get the $10.9 million offset.
Mhm.
But if you want to look at overall total, I can argue then the rest of the customer is benefiting from the difference between the 21.8 million and then 10.9 million.
Okay, so I understand that. So my question then becomes, why should PNM be doing this contract through Facebook? Wouldn't the most beneficial approach be for PNM to directly enter into this storage agreement, and then its customers have a maximum cost charged to them for this storage of $7.9 million for the full year, and then charge Facebook for the amount of this storage that Facebook uses? It seems like, well, I'll just leave the question at that. Why, if what you say is true, it seems, why wouldn't the correct way to do this deal be for PNM to acquire the capacity, and it would be much cheaper for PNM's customers?
If that's the case, the 7.9 million cost will be socialized.
Speak up a little, please.
All right, the 7.9 million dollars will be borne by all customers. In this scenario, I'll point back up, to the difference between line 8 and line 9. So instead of paying 7.9 million, all customers, now they are benefit $10 million, the difference between 21.8 and 10.9. So it's a benefit of $10 million to the rest of the customer, or 11 million, rather than 7.9 that is going to cost them.
What I don't understand is the production revenue requirement offset is, you're saying essentially that, if I understand you correctly, that we're buying that we can buy, the cost of the contract is $7.9 million. You're saying the value of what it provides is 22 million. And then it feels like you're divvying it up based on the 22 million of benefits. And I have to say, I don't see it. It looks to me like Facebook is getting paid to put this capacity in place by other customers, and that they're paying a premium in the case of C of $3 million over what the cost would have been if they just acquired it for themselves. I have to say, as I'm looking at this, it doesn't make sense to me as a financial arrangement that's fair to P&M customers if they could get 100% of the battery capacity for their use for $7.9 million. And they're basically sacrificing $10 million. In this case, they're sacrificing $10 million of revenue that Facebook would have paid them if there was no battery at all. And to me, that looks like a net loss for customers. And it looks like they could get P&M customers could get a lot more capacity for a lot lower price if P&M, if P&M just entered directly into the contract and let the charges for the cost of this particular facility flow through the existing agreement.
If you
Am
look
I
at,
incorrect in saying that?
well, if you look at column C, the number work out that way. Yes, in this case, they put in Facebook or the customer will spend less than what their offset will be. But I just want to remind everybody that
Raise your voice, please.
I just want to remind everybody that this numbers, this scenario, are used to demonstrate whenever the rate case come about, these numbers are not going to be the same number. And whether they are, let's say if Facebook or the customer, if the customer enter into this agreement before the next rate case, all they are going to get is not going to be the 10.9 million or the 5.4 million. Mm-hmm. The best they will get is whatever they pay into the monthly contribution to production, which we have no idea what that number is. And I think in my testimony, that June 9th testimony, or yes, on my June 9th rebuttal testimony on page 3.
Can you screen share that, please?
Yes. Is that the right page, Ms. Chan?
I don't see a page.
I don't see a page either.
Sorry. Now do you?
Yes.
Yes. Page 3. Okay, right there. So the example on 4BR show a picture based on the specific 25,000 kW and 50,000 kW. But in here, what I pointed out in my rebuttal is that if you look back, if history repeats itself, in the last 14 months, well, January 2020 through February of 2021, the 14 months, it's going to be a cost to the customer, and only 1 out of the 14 months, they will see a benefit, more or less like approximately 40,000.
Right. No, I saw that and I understand completely. And by the way, in pointing out what I view as a flaw because it's potential subsidization by other P&M customers of Facebook, it is an additional potential cost to them. So I'm not saying no, but I'm saying we need to understand this better and have some real clear scenarios to understand it. Is where this leaves me, because this example shows this cross subsidy potential, and I don't think we have the resources here today to go through that. And I have to fess up that given the cost of the resources. Well, let me ask this question. I'll do it this way. Do you happen to know the relative cost of this contract, this ESA, compared to other P&M ESAs?
I don't. That will be a better question for Mr. Fogren.
Mr. Fogren, okay. My reading is that it is lower cost than the other ESAs, and this is a good deal. And for me, if it's a good deal to bring on that resource, I want to find a way to bring it on. I just want to be sure the pricing is fair for all parties involved. And so, as I'm asking these questions, I'm trying to find a way to make it happen.
Yeah.
And that we as a commission are fulfilling our responsibilities to protect consumers. And so as I'm asking all these questions, they may feel a little hostile, but they're not.
Not at all.
One other quick line of questioning. And let me go here. My assistant saved my butt and drew these up for me. So I'm going to go through these formal questions. He's a lawyer and I'm not, so I'm going to sound like a lawyer now. Did you sponsor, at least in part, P&M's response to the third bench request?
Steve, I can't hear you very well.
Oh, okay. Is this any better?
Yes, when you face the microphone.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
So I better put this where I can read it in front of me. Did you sponsor, at least in part, P&M's response to the third bench request G? And that's a question for Ms. Chen.
And that needs to be screen shared if possible.
So this would be back to the responses to the bench request.
Yes.
Excuse me, Chairman Fishman, are we going to be getting into any of the confidential information?
Yeah, thank you for asking. Not in specifics, but in general, I'm going to be asking a question about a price spike in February. Not specific numbers, but kind of in general terms, a percentage increase in a particular item.
Mr. German, is that okay to discuss in public?
Yes, I think as long as he doesn't mention specific numbers and specific credits, it should be okay. And your questions are just general, Chairman Fishman. But
go ahead. So what I would do is reference a price spike of X% on a particular item in the bill.
Mm-hmm.
If that's okay with you,
yeah.
limit it to.
Yeah, if you can limit it to just a percentage without referencing the specific prices on either side, that would be fine.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
And Commissioner Hall, so I don't think I can screen share this because I think that the general information being referenced to is from confidential information.
I understand. No problem.
Well, I was going to say, Carolyn, it might be good to screen share the responses to the third bench request and go down
Okay.
to G, to request G.
Okay.
And from there, Ms. Chan, I'm going to just quickly go through this list of lawyerly questions here, the kind that Ryan would ask you if he was doing this. Did you sponsor, at least in part, P&M's response to the third bench request G?
Yes.
Okay. If I ask you about any part of that response that you did not sponsor, will you please direct me to the appropriate witness?
I will.
Thank you. Are you knowledgeable of what happened during the February extreme weather event?
Not specifically, in general, as far as the price increases, but not anything in specific.
Okay, so you're aware there was a price spike in February created by the weather and perhaps other less savory things going on.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay. In your experience, have you ever heard of the Palo Verde Market Hub market experiencing as drastic a price fluctuation as seen in February?
I don't have knowledge of that.
Okay. At times during the extreme weather event, prices at the PV hub became extraordinarily high. Is that correct?
Extremely high, what does that mean?
That they went more than 10 times above the normal expected price.
I don't have knowledge of historical price, so I cannot answer that.
Okay, well, I'm going to go down here and let's see if this leads us anywhere, and tell me if I need to go to a different witness on this as we do that. During the extreme weather event, did the extraordinary pricing at the PV hub regularly exceed the cost, you may not be able to answer this, of energy that customer paid for the Rider 47 resources?
Could you repeat that, Steve? I missed several parts of it.
Okay, during the extreme weather event, did the extraordinary pricing seen at the Palo Verde hub, regularly exceed the cost of energy that the customer paid for Rider 47 resources?
I think that's the way to look at that. Information should be available, but because we do have, I don't think it's confidential, the Palo Verde hub price. And also we have answered in the bench request number 1, the average Rider 47 rates that the customer paid from January 2020 to February 2021. So I think that's a way to compare, but I don't have that readily available.
Okay, so I think I'll take a little different tack than this, given your limited knowledge of what happened at the Palo Verde hub. Back to my less lawyerly mode here. If I look at the, you guys were kind enough to send forward your billings from P&M to Facebook, confidential. And I compared costs for a number of months for the credit or the values of the credits that were given back to Facebook on those billings, and calculated specifically for each of those months costs or the amount per kilowatt hour of the credits given on those bills to Facebook. And for the month of February, when the Palo Verde event occurred, it was.
Excuse me, Chairman Fishman, I'm not sure. Are we getting into confidential information here?
I'm going to just speak to a percentage here.
Okay, thank you.
And,
Yeah,
and
sorry.
if I could interject, Chairman Fishman, it sounded like you were going to mention an average credit price, and
No,
we would
no.
consider that confidential.
No, I will not. Thank you. But what I noticed was that they, in February, the value of the credits went up about 90% per kilowatt hour. And presumably because the market price of energy at the Palo Verde hub, which is used to calculate that credit, was much higher in February due to that extraordinary cost event. So I'm sure you have not analyzed those bills separately yourself, but does it make sense that Palo Verde hub price spiking would lead to a significant spike in the size of the credit going to Facebook?
I think that has to match up with depends when the spike happened, what hours the spike happens, may or may not at the hours that the renewable resources produced more than what the customer consumed. So just look at average price in February. We really have to look at the hourly and match it up with any excess generation if we want to kind of analyze whether that is cost the increased credits to the customer in that month.
Okay. So by my look, it did, but I recognize that you guys need to look at that. But it raised a question for me, and it relates to what's happened in other jurisdictions for us related to this pricing event, which is when you use market price to value the energy that's sold between entities, it's going to be subject to those big spikes that happen at Palo Verde Hub, if that's the standard that we use. And though this has not been the case when I looked at the bills, in general, the price that excess energy from Palo Verde, from Facebook plants have been, special services agreement plants have been sold. Generally, Facebook has been breaking even or maybe even losing a little bit of money on that to date.
Steve, what was that last clause of your sentence? Generally, what?
Facebook has not been profiting over the excess energy that it generates by selling it at the market price to P&M. That has not resulted in a profit to Facebook to date. But there are these extraordinary spikes where there can be a really substantial profit by doing that. And my question is, and I think it's fine, by the way, if Facebook does make some profit. I don't object to that. in those sales. I do have an issue though, if during an extraordinary pricing event, there is an outsized profit by selling energy to PNM that's used by PNM at a much higher rate than the actual cost of that production. And right now, the special services agreement does not address that issue. And it's one we've run into in other cases that the commission is considering, where looks like there's this windfall profit. And since we're approving a substantial amount of additional capacity as part of this docket, I was wondering if Facebook would be willing to explore looking at putting some kind of cap on those profits in an emergency event for that energy that's actually used by PNM. So that was my question. Does that feel like something reasonable to do?
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
Chairman Fishman, when you look at February, and Ryan, stop me if it's going to confidential, you are looking at average rates, right? Between the PPA cost and the excess energy. You're talking about the average rate that the customer got credit for excess energy. Is that higher than the average price of the PPA?
In an extraordinary event like February, the bill indicates to me that it was substantially higher.
But did the customer, since you look at the bill, did the customer pay more for the PPA contracts than the offset from the excess energy?
I'm not quite sure what you mean by offset of excess energy.
So the customer pay under Rider 47, the PPA. So the total amount that they pay is still was greater than the excess energy credit that they got in February.
Oh, yeah, there was a total bill for February.
Okay.
But again, the amount of the credit, put it this way, if the event had gone on a couple days longer, it would have been a credit to Facebook on their total bill.
Could have been, yes.
That's just based on that example. So all I'm asking here is, and probably Stella, you're, excuse me, Ms. Chan.
That's okay.
You're not, you're not in a position to approve this for management, but I'm throwing out the proposition based on what I've seen. And I would just ask if Facebook would be willing to look in that phenomenon on a confidential basis with our staff and see if there's some kind of cap that if some future event occurred where there's much more production at stake in the future, if we could look at making some kind of modification to protect PNM ratepayers in that particular instance. So I'm just, because we're extending this contract to so many more resources, so much more capacity, I want to see if it makes sense to you to at least take a look at this issue and see if any adjustments need to be made.
Well, okay, I guess we can consider that, but I don't know what is the customer's reaction. And also, as we explained in the bench request, and I think Mr. Phillips can probably explain it better than I can, is that our customer, even though at extreme prices, is not being harmed, because either we have to go out and purchase, or we have to generate using our gas unit to generate additional KWH to serve our customer. And with the Palo Verde price, I think Mr. Phillips explained it, and that is no harm. It's fair, it's no harm to our other customers.
Could you repeat that last sentence, please?
And using Palo Verde Hub price is no harms to our other customers.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
And I would acknowledge that, but my question's a little bit different than that, which is, can you protect them from harm that others in the market might have by reviewing this with Facebook and seeing if there's kind of an outsized profit condition that happens in these emergency kind of events that we can protect P&M customers from? And I'll just leave it at that. That I would ask P&M to consider that and take a look at the February billings and see the potential for harm to P&M customers that maybe can be averted. So I'll just leave it at that for now. And I'm done with my questions. And thank you very much, Ms. Chan. To me, this is complicated stuff, and you helped me out a lot with your answers. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Commissioner Maestas, do you have questions for Ms. Chan?
Madam Presiding Officer, I have no questions at this time.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, do you have questions for Ms. Chan?
No questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Byrd?
I do not. Thank you.
Commissioner Hall?
Yes, I have some questions.
Go ahead.
I'd like to go back to that table we were looking at most of the morning. 4BR.
Okay, I'll bring it up. Well,
thank you.
Okay, can you see that?
Yes, if you could just get the first take line 1 up to the top. Yeah, that's good. Let's see, I don't know if it's still morning. I was gonna say good morning, Ms. Chan, but I can't see that.
Good morning. 2 more minutes.
2 more minutes, great. Oh, by the way, when do we take the lunch break, Carolyn? I just want to know how much time.
12:45.
Okay, I've got a little time. Hopefully it won't take this long. I want to apologize. I want to go over some things on this table again. So if some of this is repetitive, I'm sorry, but I just want to reiterate it to make sure I understand it correctly. And I think so far, I think I was following, but I just want to confirm that. The retail production capacity revenue requirement in line 2, the 54 $6.57 is derived from dividing the 393 million by 7.2 million or something figures. And that, could you just tell me again what that exactly represents?
That represents the value of each kW at the time of the capacity value at our peak, system peak.
Okay. And so that is involved in the calculation in line 3 when you're looking at customers' load from line 1. And we were given various scenarios in the questions that Commissioner Fishman posited. So your line 3 illustrates the amount of money customer would have to pay. Well, let me ask you, tell me again, what does the 5.4 million and the 10.9 million represent?
That represents based on line 1, if the customer, this is assuming that is a customer have incremental demand, show on line 1, 25,000 kW or 50,000 kW. If that's what their incremental loads are, line 3 represent what would have been their allocated production revenue requirement responsibility based on our current production allocation method.
So that's what Facebook would have to pay to PNM for that amount of capacity.
Right.
And so that's a set price, or does that reflect what actually, that's their capacity price. That's not their used energy. They're just paying for that amount of capacity, whether or not it's consumed as energy.
Correct.
Right. Okay. And the ESA in line 4 for all scenarios is this, the entry is the same because the ESA's capacity it provides is 100,000 kW maximum, correct?
Correct.
And then so in line 5, the 7.9 million represents the rider amount paid by customer for that capacity. Every month, did you say?
Yes.
Okay, and 6 just reflects that capacity value factor is 100%, meaning 100% of the battery capacity would be available at all times. Is that what that means? What does that mean?
That means 100% of the battery capacity will be available at those 4 peak hours that we use for allocation.
3 summer, 1 winter.
Yes.
Okay. So that's that the 4 hours peak is reflected then in line 7 multiplied times 100%, right?
Correct.
From line 6. That's how you arrived at line 7. Line 4 times line 7.
Right.
Wait a minute. Times line 6. I mean, now wait a minute. Line 4 times line 6 times the peak. Okay.
Because it's 4 hours, right? 4 months.
400,000 is really, it's line 4 times 4.
Yes. Line 4 times 4. Yes.
Okay. So And line 7 is called the coincident peak production for applicable storage project. So that's sort of related to the retail production capacity. I mean, that's that's just another. Could you explain exactly what that title means? What does this number represent exactly?
Line 7, are you looking at
Yes.
line 7? So
Yeah.
line 7 basically is showing 100 megawatt or 100,000 kW battery storage that is going to be available at the 3 summer, 1 winter at 100%. So it's the 100,000 on line 4 times 4 months times 100%. So each hour, 100% of the 100,000 kW will be available. So 4 months is 4 times, the 100,000 to give you 400,000.
And they would be available during the peak hours of those 4 months, right? 100% of that 100,000 capacity.
Assume, yes.
Sorry?
Yes, that's what we assume in here for allocation purposes.
So when we say 100% of the capacity is available, does that contemplate that the batteries they get charged and they discharge? So you're saying that, does this mean then that during those peak hours of those 4 months, 100% of the capacity of those batteries is available to discharge to cover peak usage?
That's the assumption. But as you're aware, PNM has complete control. So it is going to be based on how PNM runs the system and what is the benefit to the system at those hours, whether we will actually discharge the battery. But the battery is stand ready to be discharged. So what we are giving credit is the ability and the standby that we have the capability to control it and discharge it.
So for example, if there was an extreme weather event in the summer requiring an unexpectedly heavy load of, requiring an unexpectedly heavy, large amount of energy to be provided to PNM's other customers, yet Facebook would still continue to have its needs met. Would Facebook have priority over PNM's other customers for purposes of drawing on this capacity?
No, it is a PNM, the energy storage is a PNM control asset. The customer has no control and no call on it.
Okay. So a customer pays $7.9 million a month for the capacity, the availability of this stored energy, and under certain circumstances, such as an extreme weather event where PNM's other customers might need the energy stored in that battery, Facebook may have to go without that stored energy. Is that correct?
Facebook, okay. We're going to serve the customer from whatever resources that we need.
Can you say that a little, get a little closer to the microphone?
Sorry. We are going to serve the customer from whatever resources that's available that we need to acquire to serve all customers. So it's not specifically assigned to this particular customer. So in hours that is extreme demand, P&M is going to go out and acquire or dispatch resources to meet that demand, whether it's coming from a open market purchase or discharge of the battery. It's not really dedicated this resource to the customer, or the customer is not going to be able to say, hey, I need this, so much energy, and you need to discharge the battery. It's
Okay,
not up to the customer at all. They don't have any control.
I see. That's why it's called a controlled resource. It's controlled by P&M. It's not dedicated to Facebook.
That's correct.
I see. Okay. Do you think from a financial or other standpoint that this is a blending of P&M's system with its provision of services to Facebook?
I don't quite understand. Can you restate your question again?
Do you think it's a blending from a financial or other perspective of P&M's system with its, I'll phrase it a little differently, with its system such as it is that it uses to serve Facebook?
P&M is having the obligation to serve a new customer, a new load. I think the difference or the uniqueness of this is Facebook, this customer has the goal of 100% renewable. And so I think on one hand, they can ask P&M to acquire enough renewable resources to provide them with 100% renewable on an annual basis. What they are doing in here is saying they will pay for it rather than all the other customers. They will pay for it, and they will pay for the resources that P&M acquires on their behalf, but none of those resources is dedicated to them. They just say, we need 100% renewable, and we want to pay for it, therefore it's no impact on the other customer. That's all. And it is in essence, it's a financial transaction. They will pay for it, but the electron is flow into P&M system, and the customer have no control over. I mean, it's not necessary that one renewable resource under Rider 47, whatever they generate, go directly to Facebook. It's not. So they just pay for it. They just say, I will pay for additional renewable resources.
Thank you. And so that reminds me, I wanted to go back to another question that Commissioner Fishman asked and you answered. And I had the same question, and I just didn't grasp your answer. So I'm sorry, but I have to ask you, and maybe this time I'll understand it. But in line 5, there's the monthly payment that P&M pays, Facebook pays, of 7.9 million. And customer in line 3, customers, Facebook's contribution to the revenue requirement is 5.45, almost 5.5. So the difference is roughly $2.5 million. And I believe your answer to Steve said that did not represent a loss to customer but I'm struggling still with understanding why not. Because they're paying nearly $8 million through their rider, but their credit is less than that. This contribution to revenue requirements is the credit, right? That's a credit.
Right.
Okay, so their credit is only $5.5 million. So why isn't that a loss to customer?
That will represent a cost to this customer with a capital letter C.
Yes.
Yes. So it is represent a cost to the customer. But I think the question that Chairman Fishman asked is the other customers with the lower C. And my answer is that while for this particular customer, their responsibility start with on line 3, 5.5 million, but because they are paying for the ESA, they are getting an offset of the equal amount.
They're getting an offset of what?
The equal amount, the equal amount on line 3. But the value to the other customers, as we calculated, is shown on line 8, which is 21.8 million. So that's the value. So while they get, using scenario B as an example, if they are going to get a offset of 5.5 million, the rest of the customer is getting a benefit of 21.8. So what is the difference? The difference is $16.4 million. That will be the benefit to the other customers. So it's not.
Okay, so before you go on, I just need to clarify the line 8, that's the production revenue requirement offset. So that's line 2 times line 7. So that's the value for KW times line 7, which is the capacity at peak. I see. So that's the 20, line 8 represents the, let me ask you this. Does line 8 represent then the dollar figure of the peak capacity?
That the value at the 100 megawatts, yes, of battery storage, yes.
Okay. Yes, so I do appreciate that. Okay, you answer my question. It does represent a cost to capital C customer. And you also point out the value it provides to other customers. Under what circumstances would that value of other customers be realized in part or full? Probably not full, but let's hope not. But under what circumstances would other customers realize any of that value?
By having the energy storage online and PNM has full control and dispatch whenever we need it to the benefit of the system.
So why does well, I don't think you're the right witness. I was gonna say, why would, maybe that's a better way to ask it. Why would, or let me ask this, why is the agreement structured as a company controlled rather than Facebook controlled agreement?
Well, as you pointed out, maybe Mr. Fulgrins and Mr. Phillips better answer that, but I think the value is The addendum is to make sure that the customer, capital C, has the incentive to acquire energy storage and put it in place between rate cases as soon as possible, rather than wait until a rate case. And then they can time the in-service day of the energy storage with the rate case test period. And then also for us to have control, because as I understand, per the SSC, customer can ask us, and we have the obligation to acquire alternative capacity project, which include energy storage for the customer on their behalf. It doesn't specify that have to be controlled by PNM. The customer can control it to its own benefit. By having this appended to the SSC, give the customer the incentive to turn over the control to PNM, so PNM can use it to benefit the system rather than just the customer. And then also encourage the customer to have that storage in place as soon as possible rather than wait.
So customers' benefit that they derive is the timeliness of acquiring this storage capacity.
Yeah.
They need it right away. And then what is the benefit to then PNM?
They don't quite need it immediately, but they are willing to start incurring the cost and turn over the control to PNM so PNM can control it, and that will benefit all the other customers. And the only reason they will do it is because we come up with this agreement or the proposed formula or the methodology that is included in the addendum.
I see. And you mentioned something earlier about you wanted to develop the methodology now for purposes of use in the rate cases later.
That's correct. As I pointed out before, in the SSC, we already included and get approved is the value capacity value factor for solar and wind resources. We did not have a capacity value factor for alternative capacity projects, especially PNM controlled project. So the addendum is really, I see it as an extension of the SSC and the methodology that's already being approved. We just need to add to clarify how we're going to determine, the capacity value factor for PNM control project.
Mm-hmm. So let's see. Going back to the battery storage facility, you also mentioned that. Let's see. It won't always be at 100% operations. Do you expect it to decline over time in terms of the capacity it can provide, or do you know the answer to that?
Not so much as the capacity it provides. It's back to we have to distinguish whatever is included on line 6. This is really a rate making, a cost allocation method to calculate the value that will provide from a cost allocation purpose. And as far as actually the operation condition, that's not my area of expertise. But in here, what I said about 100% is, once again, the 4 hours battery is set. So it's 100 megawatts of 4 hours battery. And currently it's 100% because the current production cost allocation is based on a single hour in 4 months, 3 summer, 1 winter. What I'm saying is it may it will change or may change is later on if we look at a different allocation method, not a single hour in the 4 months, then that value will change. And I mentioned in Mr. Sedlich's testimony, he has example and showing like what will happen if, for example, we change it to, rather than 3 summer, 1 winter is the top 10 hours in the year. And then it might, the value will change. But what we're asking is the method, and the percentage will change. The method won't, but the number will, depends on what kind of future allocation method that we're going to use or be approved by the commission. So the commission in a rate case have the opportunity to review the allocation method and approve a different allocation method or keep the current one.
Okay. Let me see. Let's see. Does the cost of renewable energy when it's generated and then stored in this battery, does that cost dictate the price at which that stored energy would be sold by PNM in the event PNM had to sell it to other customers?
Okay, can you repeat your question? I want to make sure I understand
Yes.
the question.
So when energy is I'll rephrase it a little bit to hopefully illustrate it better. When energy is stored, it's usually stored, well, it has to be stored right when it's being generated, and based on the time of day, the market price in any case for that energy, it can be higher or lower. And one thing storage technology is useful for is arbitrage. So you store energy when it's being generated at a lower price and then sell it on the market for a higher price if you want to, and if you can accomplish that. I was thinking about that principle, and I was wondering how that works with this battery facility. If that's something that you take into account in any way when it comes to PNM having to, say, draw on the energy stored in those batteries for serving their other customers other than Facebook. How do they develop the price for that electricity that had been stored in the batteries? Do they base it on the cost of generation at the time of storage initially?
As I understand, and Mr. Fahlgren can correct me, the battery, as I understand, has to be charged from the solar facility for the first, I think, 5 years and 60 days or something like that.
First 5, what did you say?
I think it's 5 years and 60 days. I think Mr. Fahlgren can correct me.
Okay.
In order to get the tax benefits, the battery has to be charged from the renewable, the solar resources.
Sure.
And then as far as discharging the battery is going to be discharged to meet system needs at whatever time. And maybe Mr. Phillips can answer it better. I don't know whether, price at the market will be a consideration, whether we discharge the battery, and if so, to what extent. But the battery is there to meet system need.
So you think I should also talk to Mr. Falgren about that?
Yes.
Okay. I was wondering about that method, that calculation of whatever the initial price of the energy was to be stored. And because in connection with it crossed my mind when Commissioner Fishman was inquiring about the price spikes from extreme weather events, for example. And I don't know, this may call for speculation, you tell me. If that were the case, that the energy stored in this ESA battery were generated at reasonably low prices. Well, I guess anything would be lower than a price spike. And PNM had control of that energy and could use it in the event it needed excess capacity to cover an extreme event of some sort. Then would that avert price gouging? If you have stored cheap energy that you can somehow account for in your accounting processes or whatever, then could that work to mean that was just a cheap source of energy you could use to keep PNM from having to raise their prices in the event of an extreme weather event that makes the prices peak?
Yes, that will be to the benefit of the other customers, right? So if we can store the energy in the battery, and when the price is too high and we need energy, then we don't have to go into the market to purchase. So it's for the benefit of the other customers.
Okay. And then I had just a sort of a general question. About use of the battery. You're aware, I'm sure, our staff advises that we reject the ESA project. And I don't recall seeing a detailed justification for that, except that it goes beyond the scope of the initial SSC, which pertain to renewable energy. And I believe that our staff witness draws a distinction between a renewable generation facility and a battery facility. And I totally understand that. But for purposes of serving PNM's small C customers, do you think this is and this sort of relates to some questions that Commissioner Fishman was getting at. Do you think this is the most efficient use of this battery facility? It's a general question.
Yes, and hence we propose the addendum, because we have basically 100 megawatts of system supply or battery that pay for by one customer for the benefit of the whole system.
Okay. I have no other questions. Thanks.
Thank you.
Ms. Amer, do you have any questions for Ms. Chan?
I have no questions.
Okay. Mr. Ryan, you have 5 minutes for redirect if you have any.
Carolyn?
Yes.
Presiding Officer Glick, excuse me. I had a couple of quick follow-up questions, if I may, before Mr. German goes forward.
Of course.
Okay, thank you very much. So as I'm listening and I'm looking at this chart, I'm trying to get to the core of the deal. And this is what I see, at least in this exhibit, is that Facebook pays $7.9 million annually and accepts that obligation for the ESA. In return, they are able to get credits on their bill that can total as much as $21,900,000 annually. Is that characterization incorrect? Or is it correct?
In this example, the 21.9 million, are you referring to line 8?
Yes.
No. The maximum, the cap that they can get credit for is line 9.
So let's say that I came up with a scenario D where it was 100,000 customer load.
Okay.
Would it then be 21 million? Would it then be the full 21 million that they could get a credit for?
Yes.
Okay. And here at 50,000, they're spending 7.9 million to get a 10.9 million credit. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. So that's the core of the deal. Second,
That's the what?
Pardon?
What did you say? That's the what?
I just said second.
No. That's the core of the deal or something. Is that what you said?
The core of the deal is, and the answer was yes, is if I look at scenario C, that Facebook is taking on a 7.9 million obligation in order to potentially receive a billing credit of $10.9 million.
Yep.
That's what this addendum does here. And if it was 100%, I'm sorry, if it was 100,000 kilowatts load, then it would be 7 million for a credit of up to 21.8 million.
Yes.
So my second question is, under this structure that we've put together, the more of the battery capacity that Facebook utilizes, that has assigned to it, the larger their credit. Is that correct?
Is the potential credit, but back to their credit, their actual credit will be capped at what they pay into the system.
No, I get it. And, but all I'm saying is the higher their total usage, the higher their credit, potential credit. And the answer to that is yes, correct?
You mean the higher the capacity of the battery?
So customers' incremental load is what I'm looking at here. So in scenario B, if their load is 25,000, their credit can be as high as 5.4 million in this example. If their incremental load goes up to 50,000, they're using more of the battery capacity, their credit goes up to 10.914 million.
Right,
Correct?
right.
Does it seem odd to you that the more of the battery capacity that actually system-wise gets used by Facebook, the more they get credited and the more the cost goes to the rest of the other customers? It feels backwards to me. Can you comment on that?
The higher of the nameplate capacity of the energy storage will provide greater benefits to the system as a whole.
Mm-hmm.
And I struggle with providing like the responses to the bench requests based on like these scenarios, because it is with 50, I mean, in line 1, we just pick 25 and 50.
Mm-hmm.
And while the battery size 100 megawatt is already set, in reality, really the battery size is not, I mean, it has to flow with the demand. And here we're fixing the 100 megawatts.
Right.
Yeah. And also we are looking at incremental. We ignore all the renewable resources that currently in service. Because as I understand, if I remember correctly, the current resources that the customers have paid for or paying for under Rider 47 has enough capacity to cover their current load. So as I see it, if they...
Wait, can you repeat that, please?
I think the current, all the resources that the customer has in place, renewable resources, is sufficient to cover all their annual usage. So I don't know, until the next rate case, of course, we have to look at it. I don't know whether the 100 megawatt of energy storage will provide them any more benefit than they currently, I guess, incur based on all the other renewable resources that they have in place. I think the reason for that is, as I understand, and Mr. Phillips can, elaborate on that, is the customer wants to make sure that the system reliability is not being compromised by their expansion. And so therefore they are willing to pay for additional energy storage to maintain the system reliability. And they are willing to have a 100 megawatt rather than the minimum of 50 megawatt, because I think they are anticipate that they will continue to grow. And therefore, I think they will like to have the resources in place now rather than later, even though they are going to be paying for it for, start a little bit earlier. The whole point is the battery is to make sure that the system reliability is not being compromised by their expansion. And I think that's the reason behind. And like I say, Mr. Phillips can support that or elaborate more on that.
That was all I had.
I have a follow-up question. I have a few follow-up questions on that, if I may. And this has to do with the offset credit amount. What would be the highest expected credit for customer, capital C?
once again, it's hard to, it's really, the answer is whatever they pay during the month on the bill, contribution to production is what they pay. Let's say, okay, I don't want to complicate things, but let's put a scenario. Let's say that the customer have sufficient renewable resources already on the system, and they are being allocated, let's say, nothing because they have so much capacity. Okay, their contribution is, let's say, 0. Then by adding this battery, they are not getting any more benefits. I mean, their offset is capped on what they pay into the system. That's it. No, they cannot get a negative. So in this scenario B, even though, let's say, based on the current allocation and all the renewable resources, they pay in 5.4 million. That's all they can get. They are not going to get more than what they pay into the system. So I think the question, I don't want to dodge the question, but it's really all depends. I think what we need to look at is, okay, what their load is going to be, what the renewable resources, what they're going to pay in for contribution to production, because that's what the cap is.
Okay, maybe I didn't phrase it as well as I might, but what I was thinking it was related to, and I really want to get to this other question, is the point that Commissioner Fishman brought up, wherein, say you're going to a higher in line 1 figure, 75 or 80 or whatever kilowatts of load that this capacity can respond to. PNM's paying 7.9 million and getting a much higher credit in line 8. Is that correct?
Yes. So based on this hypothetical, 100 megawatt of battery, the maximum offset that the customer will get is line 8.
Okay.
Provided that line 8 is not greater than line 3, because line 3 is the cap. So it's whatever line 3 is, as long as they can get 21.8 million up to 21.8 million if they contribute.
If they contribute.
Yes.
Oh, I see. If they contribute any amount, or does it have to be?
So for example, like scenario 0, let's say they are not going to contribute anything, then they are not going to get anything back as an offset, will be 0. They don't get any offset, even though the value to the system is 21.8 million, which is on line 8. But in scenario A, the customer will not get any offset because they are not paying anything. So they don't get anything back.
Okay. So I share Steve's question, I guess, which is that, say, for example, under scenario C, the company pays 7.9 million. They get a credit of 21 million, which they may or may not realize, but how does PNM account for that on their books? Is that an opportunity, or is that, I mean, and I don't mean opportunity exactly, but is that a situation in which small cap customers would have to bear that difference in cost represented, that difference in cost of the value, the difference being the 7.9 million that's actually paid by customer, capital C, and the value of their credit. does that represent a cost that could potentially be paid for by the other customers?
Based on this example, column C, no, because the value is 21.8 million, which is in line 8. And the customer, capital C, will get a offset of 10.9. So the rest of the customer is still benefit from the difference. So it's 21, 10.9, so about 11 million, call it 11. So the rest of the customer will still benefit, the system benefit.
Okay. All right, thanks very much. Thank you very much. That's all I have, Madam Hearing Examiner, and thank you very much, Ms. Chan. I know it's been a pretty tiring morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Melissa, we've gone over an hour and a half. We have potentially 5 more minutes for this witness. Are you okay to go another 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. German, do you have any redirect?
I do. And Ms. Glick, I'm going to ask for a few more minutes. There was quite a bit of cross-examination of Ms. Chan, and I have about 10 to maybe 15 minutes of redirect for her, if that would be okay.
No, I'm going to stick with what's in the pre-hearing order.
Okay. So Ms. Chan, to the extent that there is a production revenue requirement offset, what we've been calling a credit, is that ever borne by other customers besides Greater Kudu?
Are you referring to the offset?
Yes.
Between rate cases, no customer will pay for it. No other customer will pay for it.
Is the ESA proposed in this case necessary to meet the customer's expanding load?
It is to meet the expansion load and to maintain system reliability.
If the addendum is not approved, would the customer agree to pay for the cost of an ESA through rider number 47?
Probably not, because the customer will not have a way to receive the offset. Then most likely they will wait until the next rate case so they can time it, and then they can get the offset or have the battery storage be included in the calculation per the exhibit D2 of the SSC.
Mm-hmm. Would the customer also have the option of requesting that PNM enter into an ESA for a storage project that the customer has control over, or constructing its own behind the meter storage?
Yes, and in that case, it's probably a greater benefit to the customer if they have behind the meter storage.
So looking at the table that's still on the screen here from PNM Exhibit 4, I want you to assume that the customer constructed its own behind the meter storage sufficient to meet its expanded load. Now, looking at the lines on the table here, can you say what the impact of that behind the meter storage would be on the lines in the table?
So assuming the same, they will be able to avoid line 8, 21.8 million.
But is line 21.8 million a benefit to other customers, or can it be a benefit to other customers?
Not if it's behind the meter. So the customer, capital C, then can avoid the allocation and avoid the 21.8 million.
Okay. And on line 3, with the behind the meter storage project, would there be any increase in the customer's contribution to production revenue requirement?
No,
Line 5, would the customer pay for system storage project?
not system storage project, no.
And you already said on line 8, would the production revenue requirement offset exist with a behind the meter storage project?
Right.
And I believe your answer was no, it would not. Right? And Ms. Chan, can you answer that question? How would line 8 be impacted by a behind the meter storage project?
What was the question again?
Yeah, just asking her to state whether line 8 would be impacted if the customer built a behind the meter storage project.
Okay.
Instead of paying through rider number 47.
Right.
The 21.8 million on line 8, that one will be a reduction in the customer's responsibility, the production capacity, revenue requirement responsibility.
Would there be any system benefit to other customers if Greater Kudu built a behind the meter storage project?
No, because PNM won't have control over that.
Okay. So outside the special service contract, if there was a financial benefit or a system benefit to adding storage just to meet general growth on PNM system, would PNM propose a storage project or maybe another capacity project to meet that load growth?
Yes.
That's your time, Mr. German.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I have one really short question that's a yes or no answer, really.
Go ahead.
That maybe crossed my mind as Mr. German was questioning. Let's see. Is there a tax credit, a federal tax credit associated with the building of this storage facility that can be enjoyed by PNM or somebody? Does this come with a tax credit?
I don't believe so, but Mr. Fogren would be better to answer the question.
Okay, thanks.
Ms. Chan, I just have one question. You've referred to several times PNM's next rate case. Do you know when PNM will be filing its next rate case?
I don't.
Is there a PNM witness testifying today who would be able to answer that question?
I don't think so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Let's go ahead and take a lunch break, and I'm going to defer to the commissioners about how long you would like that lunch break to be.
I think it should be as short as practicable so we can get back to work. I don't know how long this case will take.
A half an hour should be fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Then let's go off the record and let's resume at 1:30. And I'm not going to excuse you, Ms. Chan, just in case a commissioner might have a follow-up question for you later on.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
See how I do.
It's been a very nice first hearing.
You're lucky you have Carolyn.
Well, you're on mute, Melissa.
I usually don't do that. I'm not used to this. I usually like to stay on mute, but my ship's clock is dinging off in the background, so.
Yeah. Well, welcome to your first PRC hearing.
Yes, it hasn't been, my fears were not realized, which is good.
What were the fears?
Oh, I don't know. Sometimes things can be sort of a free for. I do a lot of board meetings, you know, and roundtable discussions, and they can be kind of difficult because they're not orderly, or they can be kind of a free for all with many people trying to talk. So this has been very, very nice.
Chairman Fishman and any other commissioners, while we're waiting, you're going to continue the EPE rate case discussion on Friday. Do you want me there?
I don't know. Cynthia, what do you think?
It wouldn't hurt. It'd probably be helpful, Carolyn. I'm sorry to say that. I know you've got many other things to do with your time and help us understand stuff.
That's okay.
By now we should understand. But
just a follow-up question. I have an appointment at 3:30, which it's not a problem to reschedule. Do you have any idea whether I should reschedule it? How long you're going to go on Friday?
I don't think we would need you there we're starting at 11. So it's hard for me to imagine we'd need you.
yeah, that ought to be
past
fine.
2 or so.
I've got something at 2:15.
Pardon?
Okay.
Keep your
I have
appointment.
something at 2:15 I want to go to as well, although I could reschedule it. But I'd like to be done by then. So I guess we just have to.
Okay, thank you.
Make sure that happens.
Okay. Melissa, are you ready to go back on the record?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. German, you may call your next witness.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead. And actually, Teresa,
Yes.
presiding officer is Carolyn, so just go through her.
Presiding officer, I just have a friendly comment here. This is off the record. I would like to express a huge happy birthday to our Commissioner Jefferson Byrd. So I want to wish him a very happy birthday today.
Happy birthday.
Thank you for that, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. I'll
Happy birthday,
repay you
Jeff.
later.
Happy birthday, 39, right?
Yeah, how many
Sure.
candles?
Yeah, we'll go with that.
How many candles on the cake?
5.
Okay.
5 years old.
Are you wearing your birthday hat? No, he's
Yeah, you
not.
see it?
To me, it's a hat. You've got hair. That's a hat to me.
Are we going to party after the hearing today?
Not at this rate.
We're trying really hard to avoid getting back into this, Carolyn, but I'm going to ask you to take it over.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, Mr. German, you may call your next witness.
Okay, and Mr. Gifford will present PNM witness Tom Falgren.
Okay, Mr. Gifford?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Falgren, I think we need to swear you first. Is that
Yes.
correct, Your Honor?
Thank you, Mr. Gifford.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Falgren. How are you?
I am good.
Mr. Falgren, could you identify yourself for the record and let us know what you do?
Thomas Falgren, I am the Vice President of Generation for PNM.
And Mr. Falgren, do you have in front of you what's been pre-marked as PNM Exhibit 8?
Yes, sir.
And that was prepared by you or under your direction?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any corrections to that testimony?
I do have a couple typos that we could fix. If you're ready, I'll proceed. On page 15, on line 10, there are 2 twos, so is required 2. So I strike the second 2 in line 10. If we go to page 22, on line 8, so page 22 on line 8, there are 2 periods there. So I'll strike the second period. And then finally on page 23, so page 23, line 18, it says PPAs and ESAs, where there's a singular ESA, so I strike the S on the end of ESA, and that would be the changes.
And thank you, Mr. Falgren. With those changes, if I were to ask you those same questions today, would the answers be the same as in PNM Exhibit 8?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would move the admission of the direct testimony of Thomas Falgren, which is marked as PNM Exhibit 8 with the corrections noted by Mr. Falgren.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
PNM Exhibit 8 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. The witness is available for examination.
Okay, Ms. Gould?
I have no cross, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Mr. Borman?
Thank you. I have what I hope to be a short line of questions.
Go
Good
ahead.
afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Falgren.
Good afternoon.
Can you turn to Exhibit TGF4 in your testimony, and specifically page 65 of 118 of that document?
Very well.
Did you get there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We have this paragraph 17.3B. Do you see that paragraph?
Yes.
Okay. And there's subparts or subparagraphs 1 and 2 below that. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'll give you a second to just briefly read through that subpart. And I'm not sure if I'm characterizing that correctly, but 1 and 2 that are in parens there. Can you take a second to read those?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you've read those.
Yes.
So am I correct in understanding that subparagraph paren 1, parentheses 1, states a process for if the PRC disapproves of any of the requests that are being made in this case?
I think that characterizes it. Yes, sir.
Okay, and this parentheses 1 gives the parties a period of time to meet and confer concerning whether the ESA should remain in effect. Is that correct?
I think that's accurate. Yeah, representation.
Okay, and then that parentheses 2, this deals with the process for if the PRC approval is granted but has is approved in part or subject to conditions or substantial modifications. Is that correct?
I believe that's accurate representation. Yes, sir.
Okay, and it similarly sets forth a process for the parties to follow in such an event, and allows them or says that the parties shall meet and confer within 15 days regarding whether buyer and retail customers will amend this ESA to address any conditions or substantial modifications or not.
I believe that's accurate.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions for Mr. Falgren.
Chairman Fishman, do you have any questions for Mr. Falgren? Okay, I'll come back to Chairman Fishman. Commissioner Maestas, do you have any questions for Mr. Falgren?
I do, Madam Presiding Officer. Good afternoon, Mr. Falgren. In your direct testimony, you spoke to the relationship between the Sky Ranch PPA and the ESA. And you mentioned, because I'm trying to get at PNM's argument that the Sky Ranch PPA and the ESA are inextricably tied together. And obviously our staff wants to bifurcate the case and only take action on the Sky Ranch PPA in addition to the others. So in your testimony, you mentioned that the Sky Ranch ESA and the PPA would be essentially connected for the first 5 years, and then thereafter, for the purposes of charging it, but thereafter, it could either be charged by the Sky Ranch project or by the grid. But you mentioned that was a condition to reduce the cost of the ESA to capitalize on the investment tax credits. I mean, can you just describe the tax merits individually of the Sky Ranch PPA and the ESA, and why having them together is better?
Sure. Let me try. So currently, investment tax credits are not available on standalone batteries. We would hope to change that in the future, but currently it's not. So but it is allowed on batteries that are coupled with solar fields where the power is delivered over a certain time period, i.e. the first 5 years. Where the solar energy charges the battery, then you're allowed to take the investment tax credits on both the solar and the battery as a project. When it's one project, essentially one project, and the battery and solar are coupled, then you can take the investment tax credits on the whole project.
But isn't there some level of grid interconnection in the initial 5 years? Because the ESA at 100 megawatts is 50 more than the customer requires?
There are interconnection requests, and Mr. Fridley would be the best one to talk more specifically about them. But if you look at the interconnection and the large generator interconnection agreements that we have, So in the case of Sky Ranch, we have a signed LGIA that totals up to 190 megawatts. The battery uses the same interconnection point. So there's not a direct, so there's not an additional interconnection for the battery. So again, the battery solar combination coming out of the total of the project is limited to 190, even though the battery is 100 megawatts, the solar is 190 megawatts. Does that answer your question?
It does. And so if the condition of the use of the ESA after the initial 5 years is such that it could be charged through the grid, would just simply having it charged by the grid from day one, will that affect the ITCs or the investment tax credit leveraging?
Yes, absolutely it will. So if you, and again, you know, we've through working with developers, we understand that the best financial product is if it's 100% powered by the solar field. The investment tax credits do allow you to go down to, I think, 75% of charge from the solar field, but you do lose the tax credits associated with that 25%. So yes, if you were to charge, you know, a megawatt off the grid, you would have to take a corresponding reduction in the investment tax credits for the first 5 years.
Thank you. And we were reviewing a table. I think it was table 4. It was a clarification of a bench request. In looking at different scenarios where the customer would, there'd be no ESA or no demand, or it could be kind of, I think it was 25, 50 megawatts. But I guess I have a basic question. In that table, does the cost of the ESA include the ITC benefits? So has the cost already been adjusted for the benefit of the ITCs?
Yeah, the direct answer is yes. And again, what we're representing in the table is the cost of the PPA and the ESA, which are on the PPA is on $1 per megawatt basis, and then the battery is on a $1 per kW hour capacity basis, if you would. And again, those are fixed prices from the developer, and the developer has already himself would get the benefit of the tax credits. And so he's already factored those in to the prices that are represented there.
Okay. So Mr. Falgren, you're in charge of generation basically. So did you oversee the procurement process for these PPAs and the ESA? Or were you involved in it?
Yeah, I was involved within it. Yep. And again, as the special service contract, we do it in coordination, collaboration with Facebook, but yes.
So, you know, our, excuse me, our staff has been somewhat critical of PNM's history of asking for expedited proceedings. And specifically in this case, they question why the procurement process was for these PPAs and the ESA was initiated back in June of 2020, but yet the application was filed in February of 2021. Can you maybe just address any extenuating circumstances that might explain the delay between the initiation of the procurement and the application that we're considering in this case?
Certainly, and I don't see that as a delayed process, honestly. So again, the PPA was issued the RFP was issued in June of last year. So you got 90 days, right, for people to submit bids. You generally have 2 or 3 months to clarify the bid questions. So not all developers provide information back. So generally it takes a couple of months to clarify questions so you can get everybody on a level playing field. And then generally to negotiate the contract and do the red lines, it's a good 2 to 3 months. If you recall in the San Juan replacement resources, the extended case that we had, we were able to do that in, I think, eight weeks. but I can guarantee you, I worked 56 days in a row, 12 hours a day to make that negotiation happen. So 2 months to do a negotiation is a rapid process to finalize red lines on terms and conditions. So again, you would see that finalized, in January or so of this year. And again, then just time to prep the case materials, probably about a month or so to prep the case materials to file it in February. So I don't see that as a delayed process at all. It's somewhat of a normal process timeline.
Okay. I think there's been, ample discussion about the fact that the ESA aspect of this is a departure from the past commission actions with regard to the progressive expansion of the Facebook data center. And, at least I heard that the power demand by the Facebook data center as a consequence of its phased growth has experienced substantially. But the ESA, the Sky Ranch ESA, is being added in the name of reliability. Have there been any current reliability issues associated with the Facebook data center?
Yeah, and again, maybe we could expand on that conversation a little bit if we would, because we don't look at the reliability of the Facebook center by itself. The Facebook is a network resource, so we would obviously look at the system reliability, right? So, and again, that may be a miscommunication between us all. Is, if I could expand a little bit, is that okay, sir?
Sure.
So again, if we go back in history just a little bit, kind of reset how we've come to this point. So, Facebook came to us quite some time ago, 5-6 years ago, right, and said, we're looking at locating in New Mexico. So we saw, okay, so anybody can, any customer has the right to expand their load or to add new load, right? And we have the obligation to serve them. So we said, okay, let's work together. What do we need to do to serve your load? So PNM could go out and procure resources. The only thing that Facebook said is, well, we want to make sure that we don't add any carbon resources to the system. Okay, well, that may or may not be the low cost associated with it. So Facebook agreed to cover the cost associated with that. So the original tranche of Facebook resources, though, came at the same time in the system when we had wholesale customers that were coming off the system. And so at that time, there was additional capacity on the system that opened up. So that's why you didn't see a battery in the original Facebook resources cases, only because there was additional capacity on the system at the time. Okay, so then we come forward, Facebook says, well, we want to expand. And we said, great, we're here for you. We have an obligation to do it. But listen, listen, customer, PNM no longer has the excess capacity. So if you want to expand your load, that now creates a hole, let's say, in the system for not only energy, but for capacity. So if you want to expand your load in the same manner in which you did previously, you're not only going to have to solve the energy question, as you're going to have to solve the capacity question. And so then they worked very closely with Nick Phillips, who's the next witness, I believe. And then Nick came up and said, okay, for your load profile and your load factor, this is what you will need to do to satisfy the hole that your load addition will create in the system. And then Nick developed that up, and roughly it's 240 megawatts of energy. And then roughly there was a 50 megawatt of capacity deficiency on the overall system. So then we go to customer and say, you have to fix those system deficiencies, if you would, for your additional load. Okay, so they agreed to say, well, instead of 50, let's solve that by 100. So again, very generous of them, I would say, in that process. But again, just to dispel any kind of myths that these are not Facebook resources. These are network resources that serve all of the customers. All of our resources serve all of our customers. And the only reason, it's listed as Facebook, paying for these resources is because that's the hole basically in capacity and energy that was created by Facebook. and they want special provisions that there are no carbon resources associated with them. So you need to distinguish them between a real operational basis and what the contractual basis is. So sorry for the extended explanation, but.
No, that helps, Mr. Falgren. I guess my last question, in your testimony, you clearly stated that there are conditions with regard to the charging of the ESA. It has to be tied to the Sky Ranch PPA for at least 5 years to maximize the investment tax credits. But what restrictions are there on the drawdown of the stored energy? Obviously, it was calculated that the customer only really required 50 megawatts, but they're willing to build a larger facility and fund it. But are there any restrictions? Is there a 50 megawatt limit in the use of that full ESA storage for the system at large, or is it exclusively dedicated to the Facebook system for the first 5 years? Can you just maybe shed some light on restrictions of the use of the stored energy, and if there are any conditions regarding capitalization on the investment tax credits?
Right. So to answer the easy part, these are not dedicated to Facebook, nor does Facebook have any control or any say on how they're operated. They're operated for the system. And again, as we talked about, there's a distinction between when we talk to Facebook about you're adding load, that's got to solve this system deficiency. And so that's what we're doing, is solving the system deficiency. Once we've done that, these are my resources. I operate them to optimize the entire system. And that's the end of it. No, Facebook can't tell me how to operate them and the rest of it. There are some, there are some contractual limits on the battery itself. We work very hard through all of our ESAs to kind of limit those. There's a limit that there's an equivalent 365 discharges in a year, for, charge and discharges. But these are very quick reacting. So this battery, I believe we have 100 megawatt per minute ramp rate. We can provide frequency response in a second. We've got black start capabilities. So they are very robust. They're very, let's say, valuable resources on the system. So they provide a lot of additional, and again, I think we've maybe talked in previous cases about, batteries are kind of unique animals because they have all these different attributes. So you can use them for black start, you can use them for capacity, you can use them for frequency, you can use them for demand, you can use them for capacity, all those things. So they do provide all those resources. But again, I think in the contract itself, there are some performance guarantees or parameters which the batteries will operate under. But again, in a normal environment, those essentially are non-limiting, if you would.
So does the Facebook Center have any emergency generators to function in the event of a power failure?
They do, yes. They do have backup generators, yes, is my understanding.
So is that factored at all into the issue of reliability, or is that strictly just an emergency option for emergency power for short durations, and it's completely different in terms of function of the Sky Ranch, or what the Sky Ranch ESA or battery storage would provide?
Yeah, I think that would be very accurate. It would be very similar to like a diesel generator at a hospital or something. Me as the utility, those are on the Facebook side of the meter. I have no control or authority over those, so I can't utilize them. They would only use them if, again, I had a failure to deliver energy to them in an extreme case. So that cannot factor into my reliability, our system reliability factors whatsoever.
So if hypothetically, if the commission decides, let's say, not to approve the ESA, in your opinion, what does that portend for the PPA, just the Sky Ranch PPA? Is it still viable? Is there a possibility if we end up reconsidering the ESA at a later date, would the project still be viable? I hate hypotheticals. I'm an engineer, but this is it's a likely outcome, and I just wanted to get your take on that.
Yeah, I appreciate that very much. And if we looked at the same page that Mr. Borman had me look at earlier, which is page 65 of TGF4, and at the top of that page, one of the conditions precedent for the ESA, when this is the same language as in the PPA, is that there's a PPA is approved, the ESA is approved, and then basically the modifications to the SSC are approved. And those are all condition precedent on any of the contracts moving forward. So if the commission so chose to give me approval on the PPAs, I would still be at a standstill on the Sky Ranch PPA as if you never gave me approval. I hate to say that, but it wouldn't do me any good. Only because it's tied contractually that the ESA must be approved before the PPA is effective. And on a system-wide basis, again, when we talk to the customer about you're going to add load, the idea here was you got to solve both that energy and capacity issue. And so just fundamentally, from PNM's perspective, we would say if you approve the PPAs and not the ESA, we haven't met the no adverse impact to the other customers, because the customer, the Big C customer, hasn't solved the capacity hole that's in the system. And so they have to solve that capacity hole in the system to complete that no adverse impact. Otherwise, the one alone, the PPA alone, we don't think meets that criteria.
So my final question, Mr. Falgren. So do you feel PNM's application for all the PPAs, including the ESA, is in the public interest? Absolutely, yes. I think we went through a lot of spreadsheets and maybe a little confusion on the on some of the documents back and forth. But the way I see it is there's only upside to the other retail customers from adding Facebook to the system. They've added a larger battery than they need. That provides the other customers more benefits. It provides them early benefits. And then obviously just, sharing their cost of the transmission associated with being added, increased demand being added to the system. And then not to, forget about the extensive jobs and economic developments that's in the state as well. But I think just on the PPA, just on the utility side, even without the economic development, I see it as a significant benefit to other customers. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Falgren. Madam Presiding Officer, that's all the questions I have for now. Thank you.
Chairman Fishman, do you have any questions for Mr. Falgren?
Yes, thank you. And so, Mr. Falgren, on the pricing for the Sky Ranch ESA, how does that compare to other storage projects that PNM has underway?
Yeah, I would characterize it a good price. It might not be the best price, but I think it's a better than average price for any of the ESAs we have.
So are there, what do you see ESAs would be at a lower cost than this one?
Well, again, I think it's a different configuration and different times. We have one, I think, that's offered in a different case that might be closer to $6, but that's got an escalation factor on it. So again, you'd have to do a bit of math to say, well, this is the best one out there. But right. I would characterize this as a good price.
Okay, so competitive.
Yes.
And I know, and this is, I know that there's information out there that is certainly not in the record now, but that you guys have, and I saw this in the paper, I hate to say, but anyway, you guys have put out an RFP in case you need additional capacity. There's a concern that you may not have enough going forward. Is that true?
In general, the answer is yes. I think we're always looking to explore, what are the opportunities, if you look at the transition, the way I might answer that better is if you look at the transition we're under, we're transitioning a significant amount of our resource base. And I know all the stakeholders would love to look for the last day we can approve things. And I can appreciate that to make sure we've done our best job of doing the review. But what that does is puts constraints on the resources that are, so that means that everything else after the fact has to happen perfectly. Mm-hmm. And obviously with COVID, and not only COVID in the United States, but COVID around the world where major equipment supplies are coming from, is we are seeing some potential significant delays in some of even the San Juan resources, mm-hmm. Which causes us concern. So again, that, and I, unfortunately, that has led to maybe some more expedited approval requests and things like that, like in the Palo Verde case, if you want to go there. But again, we do have concerns for that all those resources will come online on time in both 2022 and 2023.
Mm-hmm. And how do you see, let's assume the battery gets built and it's on schedule. What kind of uses do you see it being put to as you start, and in terms of whatever, you're using it as a system resource, so it's hard to divide between Facebook and you're kind of calculate a imputed Facebook demand, I guess. But if you did that, what system uses would you see it being applied to, and how much of that battery capacity, and again, in batteries, this is a tough question, how much of that battery capacity do you feel you'd be utilizing?
I'm going to use the whole thing, right?
Okay, so explain what that looks like.
Well, again, if you look at a battery, and again, it is a complicated question, and I appreciate it, but it's got a battery has an extensive number of uses. So let's say frequency response.
Yep.
Right. So, any charge on the battery, and I have a frequency response on my system, it's going to instantaneously respond to that. So that's always probably going to come to the top of the list, right? But again, I can do, reserving capacity for peak hours, I can do that, if you would. I can do energy arbitrage, which I can buy energy at a lower price, and even a negative price on a number of occasions, store it in the battery and then discharge it so I can offset higher costs from other resources. So yeah, I will maximize its capability regardless. The other thing, and we might not have done a good job maybe in one of the last cases explaining this operational control of batteries and the fact that we're still learning how to do that. So a battery is pretty unique in that it's a control system, and why it's close coupled with the solar field is I can actually then provide different input signals on when the battery may or may not discharge. So let's say I had a wind farm. So just a couple of scenarios to give you an idea. So let's say I had a 190 megawatt solar field and I got a 100 megawatt battery, and let's say it's charged. What I could do instead of having variability from the solar field is I could say, well, I want the control system to give me 200 megawatts output from that facility constantly, and the battery is either going to take charge or discharge charge. Right. And so those are the control systems we talked about previously, which maybe we didn't do a best job of explaining. But let's take that one further, right? Let's say that I've got a solar field that's 100 megawatts, and I got a 100 megawatt battery. And let's say I got a wind farm that's 400 miles away. And let's say that wind farm's going all over the place, right? Well, my wind farm input signal then can go to the battery solar combination, and it can tell me, hey, take that solar, when the wind does something crazy, take that solar from the solar field and put it in the battery, and then take those three resources together and give me more of a steady output. Right? So those are the kind of the control system things that we're working on and expanding on so that all those capabilities can come together. So yes, what this battery does is it gives me extensively more flexibility to do all those things and integrations for control systems. So even though it's, you know, it's controlled and has to be charged by the solar field for the first 5 years, don't let that make you feel like it doesn't have use, you know, and I can't maximize it across the rest of the system.
Okay, thank you. That's a good thorough answer. And as you're using it for all the things you just described, what kind of impact will that have on the cost of operating the system?
Right. So the ESA is on a fixed capacity charge, so $6.60 per kW per month. So they're paying $660,000 a month. I can utilize that within the confines of the parameters. So 365 equivalent discharges in a year. There are no additional maintenance charges if I do it 365, if I do it 300, if I do it 200. There are no additional charges associated with that. So yeah, that's all built in, and basically the risk is borne by the developer for those type of items.
How much in utilizing the battery will that reduce your system operating costs in other areas?
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay.
And I don't think I'll know the answer to that question until after I'm able to experiment with the battery and understand all the things that I can do with it.
Okay, now up front.
Fishman, could you please repeat that question? I just want to fix on that question.
So I'd ask.
You know what, I would like to learn more.
Yeah, so I'd ask the question, how much would system costs be reduced apart from the battery by adding the battery to the resource mix? How much does it reduce costs in other areas?
Yeah,
and the answer,
I don't see why it's hard to answer.
Yeah, and the answer was unknown at this point. Do you anticipate that it will reduce costs in other areas?
I do believe so. I do believe so. And again, you know what I see here is, again, you know, and what's shown in Nick Phillips' testimony is, you know, we've, by adding 100 megawatts rather than the 50 megawatts, is we've actually improved the reliability of our system.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, what's the benefit of improved reliability on our system as well? So again, and then just additional flexibility, I think, provides me an opportunity to optimize cost.
Okay. And again, to just make it more concrete, if it was to create savings, we don't know, what are the potential areas for those savings?
Yeah, I think, you know, obviously one is energy arbitrage, which is buy low and sell high, which is opposite of what I do in the stock market. But, you know,
I resemble that.
Yeah. The opposite, I mean, again, just capacity requirements. You know, again, that extra 50 megawatts I don't have to add additional 50 megawatts for other capacity needs on the system, right? So, you know, basically that helped me offset future build outs of some capacity, additional resource, because this oversolved that problem. Mm-hmm. Again, and then just the other ones about maximizing, you know, energy to the system, I would say.
Okay. So I'm going to go a little bit different direction here. Under the Facebook contract, as it currently exists, before the addendum, would it make sense for Facebook to do behind the meter storage? Under that contract, could behind the meter storage be economic for them?
They, I'd have to review the economics a little bit more for them. There are some nuances there, but in general, I think they could install a battery behind the meter.
Yeah.
I don't see it being any additional cost to them, essentially. I do see a lot of the benefits taken away from P&M other customers as if they go that path.
Okay. Is it correct to say that if Facebook did behind the meter storage, if it turned out it was economic, we don't know that answer, wouldn't their use of the battery create some system benefits? If they're, I guess we're looking at a total of 600 megawatts of capacity that's under Facebook special service agreements. Wouldn't their use of the battery have benefits for other customers if it eliminates the power balancing issues just for that section of the power grid, that bit of capacity?
You could ask Mr. Fridley that question. My answer would be, I believe it probably does not. Again, they would probably reserve the battery. If I was Facebook and consulting with them, and what they do on a battery on their side of the meter, it would purely be an offset to the demand charges that we've already talked about, right? Mm-hmm. And so they could take the same demand charge reductions on their side of the meter. The only problem then is it wouldn't be available for the other times when they weren't using all those demand resources. And so they would just simply reserve it on their side of the meter for those 3 or 4 days a year that would offset their demand charges, is what I would see. I wouldn't have right to discharge that onto my system. I wouldn't have control of it. So therefore I couldn't lean on it for any potential, capacity or energy options. So I would see it very much treated on their side like the backup generators that they have.
Okay. So I'll go to the backup generators. Do you have any agreements in place? This is going to lead to the storage, so it's going to seem a little off topic, but do you have any contracts in place with folks who have backup storage for potential use of that, or backup generation, excuse me, for potential use of that generation during high demand periods?
We do not currently have any contracts
that
I'm aware of.
Is there any particular obstacle to making those kinds of agreements?
I would say it speaks to control a little bit. Folks that operate a large PPA, they're accustomed to the response times and things like that. If you have, let's say, a hospital that's got a backup diesel generator, can I lean on them? Well, what's the likelihood that they're going to actually start, and what's the maintenance they have on them, and those type of things. So I'm not saying it wouldn't be, something to continue to look at, but it causes me concern about the reliability, the dependability, and then obviously we'd have to look at the interconnection, and the transmission system, because, now we're designed going one direction. We'd have to turn around and reevaluate everything going the other direction as well. So. Okay.
And so basically, where I was headed with that is, couldn't you do an agreement like that on use of a battery? If the customer has behind the meter battery storage.
And again, I'd have to look at the regulatory rights to that, as well as, again, just the control issues. It would immediately cause me some concern.
Okay.
I don't know that I've pursued it to the end, but it would immediately cause me concern.
Are you aware of those kinds of agreements at other utilities, between customers and utilities, where the customer owns the battery, but the utility can operate it?
I'm not. I'm aware of, some situations where there's a battery that's on the utility side of the meter, but, certain parties might have call rights on the capacity, certain number of days of capacity for it ahead of time. But the only things I'm aware of that contracts with the utility are on the utility side of the meter.
Okay. I believe I've read about those kinds of arrangements in some East Coast areas, but again, that's just stuff I've read in the paper. In terms of, let me know if I'm correct in this assumption. The way this payment arrangement is worked out between PNM and Facebook is if Facebook is not using the battery capacity, they'll still be liable for paying the full PPA cost. And they potentially might get zero credit on their bill until we reach a point in the formula that it shows use that's creditable to Facebook. Is that correct?
I think mostly the only maybe caveat I'd make to it is, again, the battery is mine, right? I mean, the contractual is the contractual. So I would always refute that Facebook is using the battery.
Yeah, I know.
I'm serving Facebook load. Part of serving them is the battery. Yes, I think when you looked at it, and the calculations you went through with Ms. Chan, I think what you're looking at is, as Facebook's demand increased, their actual demand increase, then their potential credit that corresponds to the same demand could increase as well, but they were always offsetting and there's never a benefit there in the equation.
Well, I guess I would challenge never a benefit. I would say a credit to your bill is a benefit. Yeah. I would say the fact that, because essentially you could, as I was reading it, if you zero out your production capacity charge on Facebook's bills, that's quite a benefit.
Right, but only to the degree that they're already solving that same demand on the system by installing the battery.
Only to the degree, what did you say?
By the amount that they've already installed the battery. So let's think about that again. So they said you've with your load increase, you've created a capacity hole in the system of 50 megawatts, or it could be up to 100 megawatts if you would. So the first line, I think it's line 3 or whatever, was only the number of the theoretical demand they would have is if they didn't cure that demand hole some other way. And so they're only getting a benefit to the amount that they utilized it. And the only way and the best they can do is to zero out the full benefit of the battery. And most times they will not zero out the full benefit. They will give those additional credits and benefits to the other customers. So the other customers are never harmed nor never pay for anything associated with the additional demand that the customer is adding to the system because they've already over-cured that demand component through the addition of the battery.
So if I'll go to this question. If what I don't understand is we're operating it as a system asset, we could pay a fixed amount of $660,000 a month. As a system asset, it would be getting charged to Facebook as part of their production capacity requirement, correct?
If they didn't solve the If they didn't solve the demand issue, they get increased costs for demand. Yes.
Okay. And at that rate, there would never be a case, or could never be a case, where the actual credits to the Facebook's bill exceeded the cost of the ESA. Because there would be no